Mayor, we are live.
City Clerk.
Thank you, Mayor. Councilmember Daniel Damian.
Here.
Councilmember Monica Garcia.
Here.
Councilmember Paul Hernandez.
Present.
Mayor Pro Tem Alejandra Avila.
Here.
And Mayor Emmanuel Estrada.
Present. And then I will make a motion to excuse our City Treasurer, Maria Contreras. Can I get a second? Thank you for that. And I believe, is Pastor Jackson here for an invocation? Yes. Come on down.
Shall we bow our heads? Heavenly Father, we come before you right now in the name of the Lord Jesus Christ, giving you praise, glory, and honor and thanksgiving, Lord. We here in Baldwin Park need your attention. There are many decisions that need to be made, and you have all wisdom and knowledge and understanding and what we need to do, how to do it, when to do it, and where to do it. So you said to acknowledge you in all of our ways, and you will direct our path. And that's what we're doing, Father. And we're asking for your mighty hand upon this city. In the name of the Lord, we pray. Amen.
For that. Chief Lopez, would you mind leading us in the Pledge of Allegiance? City Attorney, is there anything to report from closed session?
Nothing to report out at this time, Mayor.
Thank you. And we are moving on to proclamations, commendations, and presentations. And so at this moment, we're moving on to proclamations, commendations, and presentations, and we are going to observe a moment of silence for the late Captain Bartolotti. Thank you, everybody. If you're not aware, one of our former captains in our police department, that was Captain Bartolotti, recently passed away, and we want to pay our respects to him. And of course, Chief and Manny, I know that he was a long-term, someone who really started his career here and ended it here. So if there's any way we can pay tribute to him, we can, by all means, please let the council know, and we will make it happen.
Mayor.
Yes, Councilmember Garcia.
I just want to offer my condolences to the Bartolotti family and to his extended family here at the city and in his community. Captain Bartolotti, who also served as interim chief, acting chief a couple of times, was always a wonderful person to work with, always so respectful, and such a pleasure. We truly lost a wonderful person, a good person, in his passing. And so just want to extend our deepest condolences and also mention to the family that we did at the City of Baldwin Park fly the flag half-staff in his honor. So thank you.
Mayor,
Yes, Mayor Pro Tem.
I also like to extend my condolences to the family, his immediate family, and the Baldwin Park family, to Captain Joe Bartlotti. It was horrible news to receive. He was an excellent man. If you recall, he always had a smile on his face, a very approachable, just an amazing person. I never got to meet his family, but I know he loved his work here in the city of Baldwin Park, and he had been here, like Ms. Garcia said, his whole career, like you had said, and he will be greatly missed. So my condolences to his immediate family and to our Baldwin Park Police Department for losing such a great role model. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, Councilmember Hernandez.
Thank you. Again, this was a great loss for our city. The captain and also as an interim, acting chief on 2 occasions, or 3 occasions, if I recall, had a very spirited, sense about him. As folks mentioned, is when you would see him, he had a big old jolly smile that always brought a smile at least to my face. And he was one of those esteemed professionals in law enforcement that really cared about our community and also saw our community as his home, given the amount of hours and the years that he spent here. So to our family here within the Baldwin Park Police Department and his own family, rest assured, he won't be forgotten. And perhaps as we go through the process of thinking of how do we recognize him, there might be an opportunity to perhaps plant a tree in his honor soon. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I like my colleagues have said, Joe Bartolotti was a man who served honorably for our police department for over 30 years. And I would just like to send my condolences to his family and our police department because we lost a really great man. Thank you.
Thank you for that. So at this moment, we want to, we're moving on to our next our next commendation. And of course, we want to congratulate the CIF soccer champions, the Baldwin Park High School Braves. And we were expecting a lot more of you. It seems like only a portion of the team came. So we do want to thank our staff who took the time to print 46 certificates for all of you and the rest of the members who didn't make it to our meeting today, which we will present to you. And of course, congratulations. Staff has been working on it. I know some of you were asking. The billboard is on its way, and I believe the marquee is up. Is that correct, Manny?
Yes, sir, Mr. Mayor.
Great. Yes, so if at this moment you guys can come up here with us to the dais and we can hand you your certificates and take a nice picture with you all. You guys want to go down there? Okay, don't move.
parents, you can come up here and take pictures as well. Are there any parents?
And then I don't know if the coach has any words for the football team, their parents.
Hello, I'm Coach Mira. I guess I do want to say that I went to Elwyn Elementary. I went to Service to Junior High. I went to Service to High School. I'm a UCLA grad. I teach here in Baldwin Park High School, at Baldwin Park. I'm a teacher at Birch. I've coached 18 years. And I want to say that because I'm dedicated to this community. I mean, I've been here a long time. I've been teaching 22 years, coaching 18 years. I own 2 properties here. And so all my life I've been here. And so I'm dedicated to these boys. Every year we have a new team. And so I'm very proud of what these boys accomplished this year, So they know that, we don't do it for the pay because it's about $2 an hour. But we do it for the love of the sport. We do it for the innocence of the kids. And that's why we're here, and the fact that we accomplished in winning CIF, and, we can't wait for our rings to come in, beautiful rings. But I want to congratulate the boys, the support from the community. I know we had about 800 people in our final game. So that was really nice. Support from my wife, from everything she goes through and puts up with. But these boys, they were dedicated. We knew we had a great team and we did it. And so this is my 3rd ring. But every one of those rings is special because it's a different team. And this team deserved it. This team really worked well. And boys, you guys did a great job. I'm very proud of you guys. Thank you.
Yeah, go ahead.
Hi, my name is Ronaldo Madrigal, and I'm a junior at Baldwin Park High School. And I just wanted to, just tell my boys over here that I love them very much, and that I really enjoyed playing with them, and I wouldn't give it up for anything else. And this season was dedicated to George Lizarraga, who, rest in peace. We love you. And thank you very much for the support. And yeah, thank you.
Anybody else? Well, thank you for joining us today. It's very nice to be able to congratulate all of you in person. You've definitely had a tough season. You came out winning out of the pandemic. So congrats to you guys, and it's great to hear that the coach is a local, somebody who grew up here and then stayed in the community to be able to help the next generation of leaders and coaches and teachers and everything else. So again, thank you all for being here with us. I wish you guys luck in your next endeavor and keep playing soccer.
Mayor. So I also want to congratulate, I'm sure we all want to congratulate you. What a special moment for you and for our community, for your family that's here tonight. We just want to celebrate you and let you know that you've been a wonderful example to represent our city. And we are so proud of you. And we want to thank our coach here for all your commitment and your dedication to this team, for developing them. These young men will never forget that influence. I know for sure because, Councilmember Damien and I attended Baldwin Park High School just a few years ago. But been part of the CIF program, and it's a moment that we will never forget. So celebrate it and be proud of yourselves, because we certainly are very proud of you. Thank you.
Again, I just, took a quick opportunity to meet each and every one of you. Each of you are future leaders. Some of you are already thinking about, going on to become lawyers, engineers, professional soccer players. I wish you all the best of luck. Just think about the time and everything that you went through as you reflect through this year, because, you've shown the resiliency of our community. Not only yourselves, but the rest of the community that's here supporting you today, and the rest of your classmates, because, your win brought a huge smile to all of us during a time when we needed it. Okay. So, so with that, thank you for everything you guys have done. You will always be, one of us, and we will always be one of you and sharing your victory. And, this is just the beginning and the foundation onto the great things that each of you are going to be doing. So remember, this is just the footstone to the next great accomplishments that you have throughout your careers, and we want to hear them. So please come back, share them as you become, these successful individuals, because we want to again be here again in front of everyone and tell all your successes. So thank you, coaches, because again, we understand the dedication, the time and the commitment, and to your family, the time away from them. We want to thank them for that too. So, gracias. And sí se puede.
Yeah, I would like to just say congratulations. You guys deserve this win. If there's a little piece of advice that I can give you guys, each and every one of you on the team, and coaches, thank you very much for the dedication that you give to these kids, because our youth is a very important part of our community. And if there's any little piece of advice that I can give each and every one of you is never let anyone tell you that you cannot accomplish something. Always put your mind into it. And if that's what you want to go, then you make sure that you accomplish it. Okay? That's just my advice. Never take no for an answer. Congratulations.
Well, congratulations. I can't imagine the excitement that was felt the day you won that championship, that CIF. And so you are to be commemorated. But I know you guys put a lot of effort, your coaches that have put so much into this community. So I hope some of you take that example and give back to your community in the future. But let's give your parents that supported you a big hand. Where are the parents? Can I see the parents? Because I know that your parents must have been there all through the way, right? Cheering you on, yelling, screaming. I can only imagine. So congratulations to you and your family and the coaches, and for making Baldwin Park proud. I really am excited for Baldwin Park bringing another CIF to Baldwin Park High School. And coaches, again, thank you for all that you do for our students. Thank you.
Definitely. So thank you guys for being here with us today. We appreciate it, and we're glad to have you guys here. We're glad to be able to congratulate you all. As we said, we're gonna highlight you on our billboard and on our marquees throughout the city, so that everybody's aware. I know you don't need it because you got a really positive article on the San Gabriel Valley Tribune. So congrats on that, and of course your MVP, who's not here today. A big congratulations to him as well. Thank you guys for being here today.
Do we want to read the names off of the team?
Yeah. Want me to read 46 names?
Yeah, let's do it. This is what we're here for, right?
You guys want to be here till 2 a.m., huh? Okay.
Well, why don't we?
Definitely. You want to stand here with me? That way I just hand them to you neatly. Sure. Yes, of course. So these are certificates of recognition, and they go, congratulations on winning the CIF Soccer League Championship. Your hard work and dedication paid off with a victorious season. We wish you continued success on your athletic endeavors, and thank you for the favorable recognition you bring to your school and to the city of Baldwin Park. And that's Ricardo M. Mira, Freddie Salazar, let's hold our applause. It's gonna be a long one, you guys. Javier Dorado, Miguel Dorado, related.
Brothers.
Julian Hassel, Iván Rosales, Daniel de la Torre, Miguel Garcia, Ezequiel Arias, Gerardo Ruiz, Nathan Cruz, that's Nathan, Alberto Soto, Ricardo Rivera, Antonio Martinez, Luis Mesa, David Valenzuela, Mohamed Miriam, Alan Rosales, Ronaldo Madrigal, Mike Barba, David Guerra, Raúl Díaz, Ulises de Paz, Javier Torres, Steven Verduso, Brandon Lopez, Brandon Cabrera, Edwin Hernandez, Jasper Olquien, Diego Soto, Manuel Serrano, John Ree Gomez. That's what I was going to say. Damian Romero, Brandon Landeros, Daniel Juarez, and Hector Arteaga.
Thank you, City Council, for the.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Coach.
Got 2 more of those rings, man. Full finger.
Right. We'll be back here.
Well, and as they make their way down, one more round of applause. I want to also celebrate individuals like our coach here today who were raised in our city, who have been here for, decades and are giving back to the community. And that's what really is beautiful about our city and our community is just all the dedication, the reinvestment, and just giving back those 360-degree, full circle moments. So definitely want to celebrate you and all the individuals here tonight who have contributed to this community in that way and in that spirit. Thank you.
Course, and on the topic of recreational activities and exercise and getting some fresh air, many of you might not be aware, but July is Recreations and Parks Month, and we want to present a proclamation to our city staff in the Parks and Recreation Department, and not only for the month, but because we're very thankful for what they do. So many of you might not know this, but Parks and Recreation, the department itself goes far beyond just Parks and Recreation. They are behind the curtains, making sure that the Kaiser site works properly. They're out there handing out the meals. How many meals did you hand out throughout the pandemic, Manny?
In regards to the senior center, and about 120,000 meals. About 120, and they're all delivered. A lot of the staff are here tonight, so thank you very much.
Okay, yeah. And then, how many vaccines were we able to distribute to the community?
Ooh, probably close to 100,000, about 86,000 ish.
Right.
Very good.
So, at this point, I'd like to welcome our Parks and Recreation staff up here so we can congratulate them and take a nice picture with them.
Yes, if I could ask all of the Recreation Community Services staff to come on up. Eureka, Maria, come on up.
Okay, Maria, up here.
You keep going in front. I wear heels. Yes, you did.
I just.
Hey,
how you doing? Good. Our cameraman.
Not today.
And he's not going to be camera for this one. Are you going to be in the center or are you going to be in the? I will be in the
I know, right? Yeah, it's a reflection.
Thank you. Thank you. One more.
John, can you get the pen?
There you go. Two more.
Get back to work.
One, two.
Very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Manny. Did you? Okay.
Very much.
He's going to save from over there.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem, and council members. It is a great privilege to be honored for this national award. I have the pleasure of working with some very, very talented individuals. They are true superheroes. As the mayor mentioned, we served well over 120,000 meals, assisted Kaiser Permanente and a handful of other providers to provide close to 100,000 vaccines, and we provide services throughout the community. So once again, I'd like to sincerely thank our team members, their family members for their commitment. So thank you very much to the Department of Recreation Committees and staff.
You guys are phenomenal. Thank you so much for all the work that you do.
I just want to thank Parks and Recreation again. I know we all feel the same. They have been the staple for our community during this pandemic. Manny just mentioned all the meals and vaccines that have been given out. Our staff has been essential to all of our community members. And I can't thank you enough, because I have seen you out there giving out the meals, working the vaccine sites, the pantries. I know you have them every Saturday. So there's a lot that they do out there. It's not just Parks and Recreation, but there's a lot. They put their whole heart into this community. So thank you for everything that you do. Thank you for always being there. And I know you work long hours at time, and you always have a smile on your face. And I want you to know that you are greatly appreciated. Thank you and congratulations.
Mayor, before we move on to the next item, I'd also like to thank our partners, the volunteers, as well as all the various departments within the city structure. Recreation cannot do this alone. We have the Department of Public Works, Finance, the Police Department, Community Development, our volunteers, our senior power in the audience, our senior citizen volunteers. So it is a humongous collaboration with the community. So I'd like to sincerely thank everyone. Thank you very much.
And that's correct. I believe I see some of our volunteers at the Parks and Recreation. So if you're a volunteer at Parks and Recreation, can you raise your hand? There's one. Thank you. And so at this moment, I will move to open public communication. For public communication, you have 3 minutes of speaking time. After 3 minutes, I will respectfully ask you to cut it because your time is up. And if you are here to speak on the topic of tiny homes, I would ask you to refrain from speaking at this time, and I will give you time to speak about that item once we get to it. So if there's anybody here looking to speak on any other topic that's not related to the tiny homes, this is your time.
Mayor.
Yes, City Clerk.
Yes, we do have Gulliver Erickson, who is here to talk on item number 10, award of the tree maintenance to West Coast Arboretus.
Great. And then, sorry, as he comes, I'm just going to mention, so City Clerk, we now have speaking cards. So if, can you just kind of remind everybody in case you're not aware of the process?
Yes, if you would like to speak tonight, please make sure to fill out a speaking card and you can bring it up to us or you can provide it to John. He's standing over there and we will make sure that you get to speak tonight. Thank you. Sí, en Spanish. Si gustan hablar esta noche, por favor, asegúrense de llenar una de estas tarjetas y entregarlas a nosotros. Gracias.
Greetings, Council, Mayor, staff, and this huge audience of people that I didn't know were going to be here tonight. My name is Gulliver Erickson, and I'm with Mariposa Tree Management. And I want to convey my concerns with consent to calendar item number 10, which is a recommendation of award of tree maintenance to West Coast arborists. We are asking Council to reject this item and have staff rebid this project for the following reasons. Reason number one, pricing. The pricing for the city is very ambiguous. West Coast pricing given in their submitted RFP is different from the pricing table listed as a schedule of comparison in the back of the agenda report. Why did the following prices drop? Of A, street tree pruning went from $60 down to $58. B, service requests for 19 to 24 inch trees went from $220 to $58 per tree. Crown restoration went from $395 to $375 per tree, and watering went from $650 to $480 per tree. If you take their submitted pricing, they are not the overall lowest proposer. Their submitted total is $2,075, which makes them second, not first ranked in terms of pricing. If they were given the opportunity to give a best and final offer, why were we, the second proposer, not afforded the same opportunity? We would gladly have lowered our pricing given that opportunity. Evaluation of pricing. The report basically just takes the total of individualized line items rather than factoring those line items like they said they do in reality. In an answer to an official question, it was stated that the majority of the work done comes under the grid pruning rate, with 25% being service requests and 15% being young tree pruning. Second reason, in the reasoning for award, it is stated that West Coast Arborist has residents and an area manager who live in Baldwin Park. Where our operations yard for the greater Los Angeles area is located minutes away in the city of Irwindale on Arrow Highway, and our corporate offices a little bit further up the road in Irwindale. 15% of our employees reside and own homes in this city, along with the account manager would be assigned to a project like this. In conclusion, due to the unclarity of the pricing and the fact that the other proposers were not allowed to give a best or final price, we urge the council to reject this recommendation for award and put the project back out for proposal, and urge staff to make this more fair for all companies proposing. Thank you.
Thank you for that. City Clerk.
Yes. The next speaker is Sarah Lampuala. She's here to speak on item number 16, approval of agreements for communications and social media services.
Honorable Mayor Estrada and City Council members, thank you for the chance to briefly address the City Council tonight regarding your consideration of service contracts for social media and other communication services. My name is Sarah Lampuala, and I'm a business analyst with Tripeppi Smith. I am proud to work with 31 other professionals, helping over 60 cities and 100 other government agencies with their communication needs each and every month. In fact, we've already had the pleasure to work with the City of Baldwin Park to announce your community choice aggregation program last fall. Be proud. As you can imagine, the scale of work gives us deep insights into a full array of situations that make us seasoned and professional communicators for our public agency clients. The city issued a broad RFP for services earlier this year, and Tripeppi Smith enthusiastically bid on the project. The requested scope of work is in great alignment with Tripeppi Smith's skills and our demonstrated core competencies. I'm confident in our team's ability to effectively work with staff to help the City Council achieve its communication goals. I thank you for the opportunity to introduce myself and will conclude my comments out of respect for the council's busy schedule, but I do remain available to address any questions you may have about our proposal or the world of city communications in general. Thank you.
Thank you. And then you said your name was what?
Sarah Lampuala
And you're from where?
with Sherpepi Smith.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker is Carmen Chase. She's here to speak on all fireworks in our city, terminated, also illegal fireworks. Carmen Chase.
Good evening. Regarding the fireworks, you know, they start sometimes, the illegal ones, up to 3 months before the 4th of July. And they're really, really loud. The house vibrates and all. I'm concerned about even the 4th of July was worse than ever this year. It was extremely, a lot of fireworks, some like bombs. The cars are running off the alarms and the house vibrates. It was so noisy and I had to shut my windows and everything for air. Usually it breezes in the evening. There was so much smoke and the smell. And next morning, I checked about 2 in the morning. It was still all smoggy and everything. At 6 in the morning, you can't even see across the street, all that smoke. I just wish that they not make these 4th of July, everybody else is they're illegal. I don't understand why this, for years, I've been a resident of Baldwin Park for 40 years. I've been a resident. They have a lot of fireworks all the time. They cost so much money and you're just burning it. And I don't know, it used to be different years ago when we had 4th of July when I was younger. But nowadays, mostly a lot in the neighborhood, they're illegals. I call the police, they tell me to call and complain. They can't do anything about it. They just hear the complaint. They're there to help us, you know, with more problems that we have of victims or stuff. More important than calling about bombs, you know, going off. Feels like a war zone. And I don't know when they're gonna stop the 4th of July here, all the illegal fireworks. What can we do to stop them? A lot of people don't come and complain, but I hear the complaints about the fireworks. So please, somebody help us because it's just way out of control. Thank you.
Juan Rios, street vehicles.
Good evening. It wasn't vehicles, Lulu, it was vendors, okay? The fruit vendors that we were getting in the city, for one thing, they don't have the health permission. They don't have the license for the city. In other words, we're going to tell all the fruit vendors and restaurants, they cannot pay the licenses to run. Or we're going to have open session like El Monte. They have taco stands from all down Valley Boulevard and everything. We don't want that in our community. We don't want street vendors selling fruit in the corners. Enough is enough. I called code enforcement. They cannot do anything on the weekends. We need to put code enforcement in 24 on the 7 days, 7 days a week, you know, and a number so we can call them up and tell them. I got their numbers, you know, so I call them and they say we can't do anything. You know, one of the things that I heard through the grapevine that the mayor and the pro-mayor said, leave the vendors alone. And that's wrong because we're putting, in other words, anybody can go outside and start selling tacos or whatever, because they know that they're not going to be given a ticket or anything. Let's start with them going to the health department and taking the test. It's not an easy test. I took it, and I know what it takes, okay? Get the license for the revenue for the city. We're just letting anybody come in here and sell whatever they want. And that's one thing that's wrong. That's all.
There are two speakers here not indicating what they want to speak on. We have Rosalind Hernandez and Julio Ramirez. Do you want to speak on a specific topic or item on the agenda? Julio Ramirez? Okay, all right.
Never given the opportunity like yours.
The mayor's going to allow you to speak in a minute. Rosalind Hernandez, same on the housing. Okay, those are all other item speakers.
So, okay, so there's no more comments regarding anything other than tiny homes?
Yes.
Okay, and then no one left behind, great. So I know that fireworks have been a big issue in our city, not just this year, but the year before and the year before and the year before that. You know, and I think the speaker is aware of what happens. It's not that the police department is ignoring these calls. It's that we have a limited number of officers and we have to prioritize that. And, you know, I'm not just saying that because I'm the mayor and because I work here. I'm saying that because I've actually had the opportunity to ride along with our police officers, and our police officers are out there diligently trying to answer as many calls as possible, but they have to prioritize them in the level. They have to prioritize them as to which one is the greatest hazard to somebody's health or to somebody's well-being, and they have to go to those first. So I understand that this is an issue. We've been working on it. This is like, I'm pretty sure, I'm not entirely sure, but I do believe that this is the first issue. This is the first year where we've pushed PSAs and pushed more notices. If you bought Safe and Sane fireworks, you got a notice, you got a paper in there that reminded you not to be lighting fireworks. You saw our bus stops filled with PSAs, and so did our marquees, I believe. So we are taking measures. You know, we are hiring some more officers. If any of you followed the budget, you'll see that we are. But that is a longer process. So we hear you. We're trying to figure things out, and we're trying to mitigate that issue. As to the street vendors, there is no stopping street vendors because California law has changed. A couple of years ago, and if I'm wrong, city attorney, you can correct me, but a couple of years ago, California changed the law and they said you need to regulate street vendors. And at that point, this city and the former council took action and they implied a system. So the system is there, but we're not entirely sure how well that system runs. So to sit here and try to enforce a system that is impossible to go through to get a permit would be just unjust and cruel, in my opinion. So we are working on that. I believe Ben and Economic Development is looking at going through that criteria, how realistic it is for a street vendor to go through this process. You know, it's not like we're going to sit here and ask a street vendor for $1 million insurance. It's just not going to work. So, you know, there's not much we can do there. Other cities, they're handling it a different way. And if, you know, that's on them. So those are my comments for those two. I don't know if any other council members have any comments or questions regarding these issues, but
Mayor, yes.
Mr. Mayor.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Yes, I wanted to address the fireworks also. We are addressing that situation, and illegal fireworks are illegal in the city of Baldwin Park. And there is fines for those that are caught with the illegal fireworks. And as the mayor said, our police department prioritizes the calls, and we are in the works of acquiring more police officers in our city. But just so you know, it is illegal. It's not something that is permitted in our city. So we will continue to work with that to see what we can come up with so that we can stop the illegal fireworks in our city. And about the street vendors, like the mayor says, we do allow street vendors in our city, but we are looking for a way to make sure that it's affordable to them. Do we want them unlicensed in our city? No, we don't. Do we want them to follow the health protocol guidelines? Yes, we do. But we also want to make it possible for them to be able to afford those licenses because they're not cheap. These people are trying to earn a living, and we can't take that away from them. They have families to feed, and so we need to give them the opportunity. And I don't see the solution to take their items away and kick them out of our city. The solution I see is to work with them. Ben is working with us, show them how or help them how to get a license so they can be working in our city legally. That is our goal. Again, we have to think of it as breadwinners. They're working hard for their family. They're not doing anything bad. We just need to make sure that we're providing all the resources for them so they could do their vending in our city. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. I believe Councilmember Hernandez had a comment.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. In regards to fireworks, we are failing the city. All right, let's just be realistic about this. You know, the only way we're going to make a proactive step is if we cancel all fireworks in the city of Baldwin Park. I know that there are some great nonprofit organizations that use the legal ones for their community. However, the proliferation of the illegal fireworks throughout our city is beyond the capacity of our police department. There's no question about that. The only way we can do this, in my belief, is to eliminate all city fireworks, legal and illegal. Sorry. Because again, last year we had 2 individuals in Baldwin Park that died as a result of illegal fireworks. Just to be clear, we had 2 individuals, young adults, that died because of illegal fireworks. You know, everything that we're doing to push out the PSA and everything else, that's fine. That's great. We should always continue to do that. The county does that. But what has that done? Nothing. Okay, nothing. So my suggestion would be is for us to have a study session, you know, at some point in the future, to have this conversation with the community to make them understand, you know, how this could affect, you know, everything that's happening. I am 100% behind having a city fireworks show where everybody gets to enjoy it, because only at that point are we going to be able to, you know, resolve these type of concerns in our community. For the street vendors, I've certainly received phone calls from residents having a street vendor pop up in front of their home and staying there for most of the day. You know, I want individuals to be able to make a living, but we also, as the mayor and Mayor Pro Tem spoke eloquently, is we have to also make sure that we provide them the tools so they're successful. And, you know, make it easy for them. So, you know, I'll ask, you know, at this time or at the end of the council meeting is for us to bring back, you know, what the current status is, what the program is, and what are the solutions that we can provide that makes it easier, you know, for our street vendors that we have, and also for our residents that, you know, for whatever reason, are not necessarily happy with some of these folks sitting in front of their homes all day. You know, I think there's a balance that we can certainly create. So, you know, I certainly support changing whatever process or whatever barriers there are for these individuals in the future. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor.
Councilmember Garcia.
Thank you. Well, as far as the fireworks, I have to agree that these are some serious concerns, especially when it comes to the illegal fireworks. And it has proven to be dangerous for some of our families in the city. In past years, like Councilmember Hernandez said, 2 individuals lost their lives. That's serious. So I think we do need to start taking a closer look at how we enforce. Was it through higher, stiffer penalties? I know another city in LA County that increased the penalty to $3,000. I think it was like $1,000 for the first visit and then $3,000 for the second. And that seems to have been somewhat effective. Maybe we also create a hotline so that if there's a neighbor that wants to report another neighbor, you know, for the illegal use of these fireworks, because it is a concern. I mean, it's a major concern, like this speaker mentioned, you know, with the car alarms going off and the houses being, you know, vibrating and being affected. So I would say let's look at some fines. Let's look at a hotline that allows people to call in if they have very specific details and they can possibly be rewarded. And then let's look at a task force. Maybe it's a community relations task force that's specific to 4th of July so that we can, have that education piece, but also the enforcement. The enforcement, I think, is going to be key. And I agree with you, Councilman Hernandez, that we should have a study session on it just to go over more of the details. And then as far as the vendors, I want to be compassionate towards those in our community who are trying to feed their families. I also want to look at this from the lens of public health. What are we encouraging here in our city when we are not regulating this use? We're allowing our residents to go and purchase food that we don't know. They may not be following the protocol as set by the county. And I think that's something we need to take into consideration. Public health, what are we promoting with our residents? Our residents, they see, oh, the city allows these vendors to be at the corners, so let me go and buy some food. And then, they end up getting sick or something like that because maybe that vendor specifically is not following the county protocols. And so that makes it bad for everybody, in that, for the street vendors as a whole. So how can we approach this with compassion so that we can get those street vendors in our city the permits that are required really by the county and that we should be regulating as well? And at the same time, promote that public health so that our residents aren't getting sick. And this was something that was happening in the past that we did have a conversation here in the city council years ago about this issue. And so I would say, let's be compassionate, but let's also keep our residents in mind as far as public health. And I'd also like to know, of the street vendors that have become more active in our city, are they residents of Baldwin Park, or are we encouraging others to come in and set up shop because we're not enforcing that the permitting process and we're not really regulating? So I would say, let's get an assessment of that as well. How many of these street vendors are from our community, and how can we help them while discouraging others who think that they can come here and really not abide by any laws? So that would be my recommendation. And I think having a healthy balance here would be good for our community, our residents, and for the street vendors. Thank you.
Great idea. And so, Ben, I know you're working on a study session regarding street vendors and fixing that so that it's more possible for them to get that permit and get that education that they need so that they are good to go on the street legally. So please take the considerations of the council and our residents in mind so that we make sure that, like the council member said, we have a balance where we can satisfy those needs and those rights.
I'd like to just add, Mayor and City Council, I did have a very productive meeting with the county health department. They are ready and willing to partner with us, so I was very excited about that. And we talked about a myriad of ideas. And so that's where we're at now. We're starting to, start putting the plan together. But I had a very good discussion with the representatives from the county health department, and they want to help us. Thank you.
Ben, when you had that conversation with the county, is there any way that we can work on setting up maybe a workshop or something in the bilingual in Spanish to where we're able to assist these street vendors and help them with the process of obtaining the proper permits, not only through the county health, but also through our city business license or whatever it is that they're going to require? Because I think a lot of the issues with these street vendors are that in some cases, they don't know how to go about obtaining the proper permits. Not in all cases, but in some. And I know that in other cases, the language barrier has a lot to play with it. So maybe if we can set up some type of workshop or a way where we can help them and assist them and how it is that they can go about obtaining the proper permits.
Yes, council member, they were very interested in those types of ideas as well.
Yeah, and speaking of permits, so I think I don't know if it was you, Ben, or it was one of the code enforcement officers. They said one of those street vendors had a permit, but for some reason it wasn't valid here. So if we work with the county, then we need to uniform our requirements so that, if they get a permit somewhere else, they're not gonna have to go through hoops and hurdles to get a valid permit for this city, right? And I think that would ease the process a little bit more.
Thank you.
Great. So at this moment, I'm going to jump into report of officers, and we can do consent calendar later. And of course, I'm sure we are all here for the same reason today, and that is item number 17. And I believe we have city staff and staff from the COG to give us a presentation. Is that correct, Manny?
Yes, sir, Mr. Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, council members. Tonight we have a presentation, and if I could ask my team to come on down, we have Brielle Acevedo from the San Gabriel Valley Regional Housing Trust, and she is taking the lead in regards to the presentation, and we have several other members, and Brielle will take over and she will introduce the other members as well. Thank you.
Hey, thank you, Manny, for that introduction. I think we're getting our slides up. Okay, great. Thank you so much, Mr. Mayor and council and members of the community of Baldwin Park for being here tonight. I'd like to present to you the proposed tiny home site at 14173 Garvey Avenue in the city of Baldwin Park. Okay, so that's me. I'm the administrator of the San Gabriel Valley Regional Housing Trust, and that is the San Gabriel Valley Regional Housing Trust is a joint powers authority currently comprised of 23 cities in the San Gabriel Valley, which exists to increase the supply of affordable and homeless housing in the valley. There's currently 18 projects on the pipeline, 3 of which are in the city of Baldwin Park, which is really important to highlight because permanent housing will always be the goal, and the Housing Trust is working to deliver permanent housing in the San Gabriel Valley. Okay, so then I wanted to turn our attention to the tiny homes and the parameters for the pilot program. So these sites would serve as bridge housing, which is a temporary placement. It is a place for someone who's experiencing homelessness to get stabilized while they're being connected to more permanent housing. And the reason this model works is because these are individual units. So the non-congregate nature of these units can happen during a pandemic in a time where the San Gabriel Valley, which already had limited emergency shelter opportunities, had even less. So this is good for COVID-19 responsiveness. It's also a great option for people that are experiencing homelessness who experience fear in typical congregate shelter settings where you're worried about protecting yourself and your belongings, and even more so worried about doing that while you're on the street. The initial period for this program would be 1 year, and that operation could be extended if the city would like to do so mutually with the trust. And the trust is providing the capital to deliver the project as well as the operational funding for the first year. So really wanted to highlight that this is not an effort that the city is contributing funds to for the pilot period. And the importance of these sites is these sites have amenities to really help people that are experiencing homelessness get back on their feet. So I think we lost our slides, but basically there will be 25 units at the site, and there will be case management offered to residents living at the site. There will be 24/7 security to keep the sites safe. And we just talked about the importance of those individual units. And, you know, anecdotally, visiting sites that exist in Redondo Beach and North Hollywood, residents at these sites have told us how important it is to have a locking door. To be able to come home to sleep at night without fearing for your life has just been life-changing for people that have been presented with this opportunity. And while we're talking about how important it is to have space to yourself, it's also important to build a community. So the other amenities at the site will be shared, including communal outdoor area, as well as facilities for restrooms and showers. The site will provide 3 meals a day for residents, and it'll also be designed in a way that seems like an inviting home. So landscaping and warm colors at the site.
Okay. There we go. Okay, and then I wanted to talk a little bit about the supportive services. So that is the most crucial piece here. So participants will be selected along with housing navigators working locally to make sure that this site really exists to serve people that are experiencing homelessness within the city of Baldwin Park. And so services that will be provided will include housing and health, and then other services to meet the individual needs of each client so that they may be connected to permanent housing. As I mentioned, the site will provide 3 daily meals, which will be delivered ready to eat. There will not be any food prep on site. And participants will be able to keep their pets in their units, which is unique to this tiny home structure and really helps reduce another barrier to bringing people inside. And in terms of safety, the site will have 24/7 security, which is in accordance with best practices that we've learned from existing sites, and will also coordinate with the Baldwin Park Police Department. Wanted to say that this is to augment some of the things that the city is already doing for housing. So the city shares a housing navigator with the cities of El Monte and South El Monte. And this would be a resource for that housing navigator to connect someone that they meet that's experiencing homelessness to provide them with this temporary unit. And then the Baldwin Park Housing Authority is doing great work to provide housing vouchers and help build the supply of affordable housing in the city. The city is also working on prevention diversion to prevent people from ever falling into homelessness at all. So this is really another thing to add to that menu of services that the city is providing. Wanted to also address the alternatives. So the least expensive option is to have an apartment, but that doesn't necessarily work for people that need more supportive services. Same thing with a motel voucher, which could be a really great stabilizing option that for someone that just needs to be stabilized for a couple of days. What's really awesome about this bridge housing model is that this is a place for someone to get their life together, to receive the services they need while then being connected to that permanent housing opportunity. So while we talk about comparing costs between different options, that's really important to consider about the bridge housing model. And then I was going to let Laura Ohanessian from Boss Cubes explain why these units that were selected for the site are a really great option.
Hello, thanks for having me. My name is Laura. I'm here with Boss Cubes. A little bit about Boss Cubes. We are a division of Harwell Group that for the last 20 years has been some of the leading brand in storage units, in cabins, and in sheds. And what we did was we saw a real crisis in this housing, in this homelessness place. And we saw that our technology that we've perfected over the years can actually be used in this space. So we created this cube that is like a tiny home, and it's a space for people to get back on their feet and transition into a stable life. So here on the left, you can see our units, and they're designed to actually elevate the community around it. You can see that the design is sleek, it's clean, doesn't draw too much attention to it, and it's a big enough space for somebody to feel stable and safe. Going to the next slide. So a few important features, as Brielle was saying, a locking door is really the one of the most important things in this cube. People can feel safe. People can really get themselves back into the world. We have large windows that bring in light, and all of our units are ADA accessible. Next, you can see the inside. It has enough space for a bed, a desk, a shelf, for somebody to have enough room. And as you can see, we all have pent roofs. They all have pent roof ceilings, which create a very open space, so you don't feel claustrophobic. This is a little bit of a deeper look into the details. Each unit comes with an AC and heater, outlets for charging your phone and the like, a breaker box to connect to city power, a safety egress door that actually doubles as a magnetic board, so you can really personalize the space. The shelf so that you can put all of your personal belongings. And a really cool feature is that the insulation is actually the same as a standard home. It has an R14 insulation rating. So these are some of the details, and then
Great, thank you so much, Lada. And then Ugo is going to really quickly go over the site elevation and site plan that you're able to see on the wall in closer detail.
Hi, my name is Hugo Calderon. I'm with Stuart Romberger and Kite Architects. This one? The site that we were assigned is actually it's right along the freeway corridor, and it's bookended by the freeway wall and by the a channel or a canal that drains water into the San Gabriel River. From the outside, it's not much to look at. This is essentially what we would call in our industry urban blight, essentially forgotten land. And so to have this opportunity to come and design this space for some of the most vulnerable population of the city is a real treat. So I want to thank you for that. Right away, one of the challenging factors was the length of, let me see if I can point. Is there a pointer? Middle. There we go. The length from this end to this end is about 360 feet, maybe a little bit more. And so that's about the length of a football field. In width, it's only about 66 foot, approximately about 60 feet wide. The challenge there is not necessarily how we were going to, go ahead and advance here. This one? I'm better on trace paper, believe me. So the challenge here was how to get these units organized in such a way, but also leave this aisle, this corridor where emergency vehicles could, in case of anything, traverse from the beginning of the site to the end of the site, right? And so what we did was we planned to have this organization, a linear organization that zigzags through the site, thus breaking the scale. Let me take you through this real quick. At the perimeter of the site, have chain link fence. Chain link fence at the entrance is more residential. We treat it with a type of wood slat system that goes directly onto the chain link material. For the rest of the site, for this perimeter around here, what we're using or proposing is a type of fabric, a mesh fabric that sort of just sort of provides a little bit more of a modest privacy screen. At the entrance, if you're coming in, if you're a client, you come right in. The first thing you're greeted by is a security counter. And so you're going to have the credentials, you're going to have the permission to stay at the site. And then we have our case management trailer, which is south of there. And we also have a couple of trailers that are one that's a set of showers and one that's a set of showers and or one that's a set of bathrooms and one that's a set of shower and bathrooms combined. The tiny homes again are distributed throughout the entire site, and then the site that we're proposing right now, it's just dirt, right? So what we're going to do is apply asphalt. The problem with asphalt is that because that blacktop gets really hot during the summer, it absorbs so much solar radiation that we're proposing to use light colors, a light paint, in order to reflect some of that, thus avoiding the heat island effect. And besides that, you know, I think the colors also adds a bit of inspiration. We're also proposing to have as much landscape area as possible so that asphalt is not a continuous slab all the way. There's actually little pockets where we can drain our storm runoff. And it also creates a really nice contemplation type of little gathering space, a resting spot for some of the clients. Go ahead and switch. This is a bird's eye view of what we were proposing. As you can see, the scale is pretty much, scale in height is pretty much the same. The privacy fence that wraps all the way around is going to pretty much obscure all visibility to within the site, and to the occupants, the clients. This rendering over here shows one of the contemplation zones in the back of the building. And this one right here, it shows the it's sort of like a wet area where the trailers are positioned. And this rendering here in the front shows what the public would see from the outside with the doors open. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Ugo. It's really been so wonderful to see this site come to life in these elevations, and they're available for viewing on the wall if anyone would like to take a closer look. And then George is going to quickly tell us about the zoning and building code, and then I will wrap it up after that.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor and fellow honorable council people and staff, and all the interested participants and constituents who are here to hear about this amazing program. My name is George Castillo. I'm a civil engineer in the state of California for over 30 years, licensed, and have a good expertise in zoning and planning and permitting and entitlement of projects from residential to commercial and industrial. This is an opportunity that the city is, as you can see with the slide there, we have Baldwin Park. You know, they had a resolution a couple of years ago, an emergency shelter resolution that declared that there was a shelter crisis here. And what you're seeing today is the beginning of the blossoming of the fruits of their vision and their ability to foresee, hey, we have an issue here, we have a problem, how can we address it, how can we keep it you know, reasonable and safe for the community. And as you can see with the zoning and planning code, they adopted this to help curtail this homelessness issue that we have in Southern California. I mean, who could blame anybody? I mean, if you were homeless, if I was homeless, I'd come to California real fast because of the weather, just like all of us and our families and our forefathers came before us, or the indigenous people that were here and settled here. So basically, the building code generally requires 70 square feet per shelter. In this case, they approved the 64 square foot per shelter footprint, which is an 8x8 area, and they also what I say it they changed the setbacks from normally it's a 5-foot side yard setback, 15-foot front yard, or 30-foot back or 15-foot rear yard setback. They have a 3-foot setback from the properties, from the neighboring properties, and in this case, I believe on each side it's commercial properties on each side. That's about it.
Okay, thank you, George. And then I wanted to follow up and talk a little bit about the timeline. So the Regional Housing Trust presented this idea to all of the member cities, asked interested cities to submit letters of intent, which we're so thankful the city of Baldwin Park submitted one of those earlier this year. It came to council in February. And then Boss Cubes was selected as the vendor for this site. So the Housing Trust really wanted to provide the technical assistance to make this a resource for the San Gabriel Valley. The city of Baldwin Park is going first, but that is by no means where we're stopping. We are hoping to deliver emergency shelter projects across the valley. So really wanted to make it a process where the Housing Trust helped facilitate those decisions, is running the procurements to be able to offer this to cities, and city staff were able to sit on the evaluation panel to really make sure that this was a Baldwin Park considerate decision. So the trust and city staff have been working to deliver the project that you see today, and working along with some of the members of my team that you've met doing construction management, and really thankful for the city's recreation staff in helping to do community engagement, 2 community webinars that really explained what bridge housing is, what this proposed site would be like, and then also offering the opportunity for people to come and see the site in person, both on a weekend and a weekday, and really making themselves available. So we are here today at the July 7th council meeting, and if this project is approved today, we'll proceed forward to procure the shelters for the site and some of the other amenities, and then hopeful to be have the site occupied in October. Wanted to share quickly that the City of Baldwin Park Police Department is in support of this project. They attended the community meeting and really helped to highlight that they are already responding to calls for service in this area, which was something that neighboring residents had brought up that they were experiencing people who are experiencing homelessness might be showering in their front yards or otherwise using public spaces in a way that they're not intended to. And this would provide an opportunity for both those neighbors to receive some relief and also the individuals that are experiencing homelessness to have an opportunity to have hygiene services available to them in a manner that would be appropriate. So the police department has responded to 255 calls for service where vagrancy or homelessness was identified by the caller. So really wanted to highlight that this could be a resource for the police department and that being unhoused is not a crime, but if a crime is committed by someone that is unhoused, that is absolutely something that the Baldwin Park Police Department can respond to.
So, Brill, before you continue, can you go back to that slide?
Sure.
And so you're saying 255 calls citywide, and that's including those 199 calls
within that half block radius, yes.
So you're saying 80% of the calls related to homelessness are coming from that area?
Not exactly. They were not able to identify that all the percentage of those 199 calls that were related to homelessness, but really this does show that there is a need for attention in this area, and this could really provide some assistance to the police department, because currently when they respond to calls for service for someone that's homeless, they don't have the opportunity to provide them with resources. So you're responding to the call, but you don't really have a solution. If you were to arrest someone, they would be released and returned to the area, and this would be an alternative for that. And then the next one is actually my last slide, and then we'll be available for questions. So really wanted to share some of the sentiments that were shared during the community feedback. It was really heartening to see that there were a couple of individuals that stopped by and asked, if this project is approved, how can I live here? So really showed that there is a local need for service. We received questions about how the proposed site compares to the Motel 6 site, which is a county-wide service. So really wanted to highlight that this is for Baldwin Park residents, people experiencing homelessness in this community. And questions about safety. So wanted to reiterate that the police department is behind this, that there'll be 24/7 security and no visitors allowed on site, which is a best practice by all of the other tiny home shelters that are operating. I'm really excited for community members to get involved. So if this project's approved, you'll be hearing opportunities to volunteer at the site, whether that's donations or maybe helping out with events at the site. There's a concern for safe parking, and it was great to hear that city staff is interested in looking into also providing a safe parking program. So just wanted to highlight that these aren't all either or options, right? There's a lot of need to address homelessness in the city. There are over 500 individuals experiencing homelessness in the city of Baldwin Park per the last homeless count. And sadly, that number is only expected to increase due to the pandemic. So there's really a need to do everything that we can. And this is one of the options. And yes, we had a resident also stop by and share their lived experience and how this would have been an opportunity that could have provided help and support to them. So really just wanted to present this project to show you how it could be a resource to the community, and happy to answer any questions.
Great. And so I know that we all have questions and comments. And so I've been following, the work that staff has been doing, which I think has been great. They've been out there and talking to residents, as you mentioned. And I've also been following comments and concerns from people on social media. So, I think before we allow the constituents to speak, maybe we can answer some of these, and then they can maybe have different points that they'd like to express. So one of the main concerns is my property value is going to go down. And so, we've met. Yeah. Okay. But you cannot speak while you need to calm down. So they talk about property value going down. We mentioned that affluent cities like North Hollywood and Redondo Beach are doing these projects. The average house in Redondo Beach, I don't know if anybody knows the average house cost. I don't know, Brill, do you know?
I don't, but I did take a look at Zillow to check out the North Hollywood homes for sale in the area, and they were all over $1 million.
Correct. So North Hollywood has $1 million homes in the vicinity. Redondo Beach is $1.2 million. And I promise you, none of those houses are affordable right now. Okay, so, there's no data, there's no facts, there's no study that says this is going to bring down property values. We had some constituents asked, we're already providing Motel 6. Why Baldwin Park and not somewhere else? And I think if you'd like to add to it, one of the important things is that Motel 6 doesn't house our homeless individuals. It's a county effort, and that's their independent effort, and we have no resources from there as of now. So this isn't us taking on a regional effort. As Brielle mentioned, this tiny home project is specific to Baldwin Park homeless residents to offer them those services that they need.
Yes, and I would just highlight that the need does happen to be higher here in Baldwin Park than some of the surrounding neighborhoods.
Great. Do we talk about the locations? Manny, do you know how many schools there are in Baldwin Park, in the city of Baldwin Park?
City of Baldwin Park, just guessing off the top of my head, we probably have about 23 public schools and a handful of Montessori and preschools and private schools.
So we have over 23 educational buildings in our city of 7 squared miles. It doesn't matter where we put this, it's going to be near a vicinity. I know some constituents have said, why don't you put it on Arrow Highway? Well, if we put it on Arrow Highway, it's going to be in a commercial zone, but on the other side of the wall, there's going to be homes. So there's no location where we can put this where it's strictly commercial. The site that we're proposing is commercial. It just happens to blend into the residential area. Correct? And then North Hollywood, of course, you mentioned, and we visited that, and I think that was great. Our PD visited it. I know you were there. Manny, you were there. A big portion of our staff was there, and it's right in front of a park. So, and I don't know if any staff wants to comment, but there's no loitering in the area. There's nobody camping outside of that area. There's this fear that it's going to become a hotspot. It's not what's happening.
Yes, I would add that services are only provided on site for individuals that are living at the site. So there's no advantage to coming and trying to get into the site. Really, the entry is that housing navigator that works directly to identify people within the community and then bring them on board. And also, this is different from traditional winter shelters where it's first come, first serve. You line up to get your bed every night. Individuals will have a safe place to sleep throughout the duration of their stay, which is hopefully 90 days or less as they're connected to permanent housing. So really disincentivizing any need to line up and loiter in front of the site.
Great. So there's no walk-up services?
Exactly.
At all?
No.
And there's a curfew?
It is definitely something that we can work with the service provider to make sure that it blends in with the community. So you can have a strict curfew, or you can have an opportunity for if someone's working maybe late to extend those hours so that they're able to get into their unit.
Great. And so, it's going to bring more homeless. It's not because you're not going to be allowed to walk into this place. Our Baldwin Park host team is involved, and they're going to help select the individuals because they know them very well. Chief, before I continue, would you like to explain to everybody what the host team is on part of the police department?
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mayor. Our host program is the Homeless Outreach Services. And they are, right now, we have 3 officers dedicated to dealing with the home. I'm sorry. The host is Homeless Outreach Service Team. We have 3 officers that are dedicated to the process. They are out in the community and interacting with our homeless residents, trying to mitigate some of the calls for service that we're dealing with consistently. The numbers we're up there. We do have quite a bit of calls for service that are in the spectrum of dealing with the homeless issue. I've talked to the officers, and they're very supportive of this process, especially because it's dealing with our own residents here that are homeless, so that it gives them an opportunity to provide them services, to get them off the street, to get them away from the other locations that we're having issues with. And so it's a positive program that I think will help the city alleviate some of the problems that we have with homelessness. Obviously, won't get rid of all of it, but we will definitely make a certain progress into limiting the amount of homelessness that we do have to deal with on a regular basis.
Great. And then we're also, on the topic of police, I know that, there's a concern regarding safety, right? We talked about the schools, we talked about parks and areas. Baldwin Park Police Department, and I'm sure anybody who goes to Walmart will tell you that there's always an officer in the vicinity in that property. Not always, but practically always, because they're always getting called there.
Correct. That's a priority for us. It's one of the locations that we do maintain the constant patrols through there. So, and it's in the watch commander's notes to make sure that officers go through that parking lot consistently.
Yeah. And then we of course we talked about the news with the school district. Our Baldwin Park Police Department is going to take over security at our schools.
Correct, sir. And then so again, we will be in the area because there's a school not too far away that we will be there as well, doing our patrol as well.
So we can expect Baldwin Park Police Department to be in the area, either for the on calls regarding the commercial site, or because they're going and they're taking care of the children at school.
Yes, sir.
Great, thank you.
Mayor.
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you. Well, I would say that for as far as the conversation about our Baldwin Park Police Department, the city police department taking over school district police operations, I don't think we've had a conversation about that here on the council. So I would ask that we agendize that item so that we can discuss it. But I think, our residents have waited quite a while here. And so I'd love to hear from them so that we can hear what are their concerns, and then we can take that into consideration. We've heard from, the Housing Trust. And so it'd be nice to hear from the residents so then we can ask follow-up questions.
Yeah, and I know. So as I said, these are questions that the residents asked. So we want to get them out of the way so that when they come up here, they already have the answers to those questions and they can move on to new ones. We are moving pretty fast. I skipped everything and I went straight to report of officers, but I want to make sure they get those answers before they come up. Why ask a question if I can give you the answer right now and you can ask something else, right?
Well, because it's community input.
So,
It's also community input.
Stop talking over there. I'll kick you out. Officer, please.
Speak when it's your turn. How about speaking when it's your turn? Let them go. Finish. Let them go. Go ahead. Let them go.
Just tell them let's go ahead and just open it.
Can't control the fireworks, how you control the homeless?
Dude, okay, you need to stop talking and you need to respect the chambers and you need to respect the rules. Okay, we're trying to have a productive conversation here. So, Brielle, we're talking about one of the fastest ways to house the homeless, right? I don't know where city staff is, but just the showers alone took years. This process, within a matter of months, is ready to go and ready to offer those services. Is that correct?
Correct.
Great, thank you. At this moment, City Clerk, public communication, please.
Thank you, Mayor. If anyone in the audience would need an interpreter, please let us know when you get to the front. Si necesitan un intérprete, por favor, dejadnos saber cuando lleguen al frente. We have Daniela Urbina from Supervisor Hilda Solis's office.
Thank you, everyone. I'm here today to read a letter in support of this project from Supervisor Hilda Solis. Over the last few years, the city of Baldwin Park has become a leader in tackling homelessness in the San Gabriel Valley. Through its collaborative partnerships with the city of El Monte and South El Monte, Baldwin Park has successfully leveraged the county's Measure H funds to offer real solutions for supporting our unhoused neighbors. The Showers of Hope, Project Home Key, and housing navigation programs in Baldwin Park are important projects for the region, and I want to thank you and commend this great work. Partners like you are truly making a difference in the lives of our most vulnerable community members. The Tiny Homes Village is another critical piece in Baldwin Park's vision for reducing the number of unhoused residents in the city. By serving as temporary housing for residents experiencing homelessness, the Tiny Homes Village will provide a safe location for individuals to stabilize while they look for a more permanent housing resource. People experiencing homelessness face many barriers in securing permanent housing, including lack of proper identification, past eviction histories, mental illness, substance use, and limited social support networks. Those challenges are difficult to overcome while living unhoused on the streets. Interim housing is a tool that can help accelerate the transition into a permanent housing solution. Once moved into an interim housing setting, such as the proposed Tiny Homes Village, individuals can work with a case manager to overcome those barriers and start the path to permanent housing. Despite its importance, San Gabriel Valley has a significant shortage of interim housing. Although there's over 5,000 homeless individuals in the San Gabriel Valley, in Baldwin Park, there's only around 71 interim housing beds available. And as you know, the homeless count in Baldwin Park is over 500 residents as of 2020. We expect the pandemic has only exacerbated the crisis, and the urgency to stand up more interim housing and permanent supportive housing is more pressing than ever. Unsheltered homelessness makes it difficult to conduct outreach and provide services, and Tiny Homes Villages will address that gap. Coupled with the two Project Home Key sites, one in Baldwin Park and El Monte, the region is really making it easier to support services for Baldwin Park's unhoused neighbors. I wholeheartedly support the proposed Tiny Homes Village in Baldwin Park and urge you to approve this project. By providing a safe place to temporarily call home, the unhoused residents of Baldwin Park can begin the process of healing and finding a place to permanently call home. Thank you very much from Supervisor Hilda Solis.
Next is Danica Mendoza from Senator Susan Rubio's office.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, City Council, City staff, and community residents. My name is Danica Mendoza. I'm the District Representative for State Senator Susan Rubio. Along with me, I also have Veronica Lopez, Field Representative with Assemblymember Blanca Rubio's office. I'd like to begin first by reading a letter on behalf of State Senator Susan Rubio. On behalf of the California's 22nd Senate District, I would like to express my support for the 25-unit tiny home pilot program at the proposed site of 14173 Garvey Avenue. I am pleased to support the pilot program for its humane and just intent to provide unhoused individuals within the city a safe place to recover and receive supportive services to bridge them into permanent housing. The proposed program grants the City of Baldwin Park a unique opportunity to address the city's 2020 point-in-time count, which identified 556 unsheltered individuals located within city limits. Through the intended agreement with the San Gabriel Valley Regional Housing Trust Fund, the trust would fund capital costs to develop the tiny home site and its operational expenditures for the span of 12 months. I have heard the concerns that neighbors may have, and I am pleased to know that resources have been made available through 24/7 security and on-site staff. Most importantly, wraparound services for participants would also be provided to connect participants in the tiny homes to essential resources such as case management, housing, health services, job training, and more. I commend the City Council for their proactive approach in prioritizing selection of tiny home participants within direct street outreach of unhoused individuals within the community. As a former council member for the City of Baldwin Park, I have seen the growing needs of our area, and it is refreshing to see programs such as the one before us tonight, which will prioritize placement for unhoused individuals already residing within city limits. If there was ever a time to tackle the lack of affordable housing and homelessness crisis, that time is now. The California legislature passed the proposed budget, and I am proud to have been able to secure, with the support of Assemblymember Blanca Rubio, $20 million for the San Gabriel Valley Housing Trust to address affordable housing shortage and homeless crisis in the San Gabriel Valley. These funding opportunities will help to create solutions like that of the tiny home shelter pilot program. In closing, I applaud the City of Baldwin Park in their efforts to explore creative solutions to address their community's needs and respectfully request that the City Council approve the resolution of the Tiny Home Pilot Program. Sincerely, Senator Susan Rubio. I'd like to now pass over the mic to Veronica Lopez with Assemblymember Blanca Rubio's office.
Good evening, Mayor Estrada, Mayor Pro Tem Avila, council members, staff, and audience. Again, my name is Veronica Lopez with Assemblywoman Blanca Rubio, and I am here on behalf of Assemblywoman Rubio with a few words for the council and for the audience. As we all know, housing insecurities and homelessness is one of the biggest problems facing our community today. That is why I am proud to speak in support of the current tiny homes proposal in the city of Baldwin Park. Partnerships like this between state and local government are key to addressing issues in the community, and I applaud the City Council for their work on these items. Our office will continue to support programs that help families facing homelessness. I thank you for your time. Sincerely, Assemblywoman Blanca Rubio. Thank you.
Next is Brian Tabatabai.
Thank you, Mayor, Council, and staff. My name is Brian Tabatabai, council member in the city of West Covina. I began my teaching career here at Kenmore Elementary School, my football coaching career at Sierra Vista High School, and later was part of a league championship team at BP, home of the Braves. As a coach, I know the importance of leadership and preparation, and I want to thank this council and staff for being leaders in the fight to end homelessness. As a homeowner 5 minutes from this site, I thank you for the care and work in choosing a home for the Tiny Village development. I've been out to the area several times and am working to bring the same to the city of West Covina. Just had a great talk with our chief of police and really look forward to the model that you have brought to us. None of us will do this alone, and I thank you for the courage and leadership you have shown in the San Gabriel Valley. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Councilmember Tabatabai, for being here today. It's nice to finally see you in person.
Next is Mel Till.
Mayor and council members and everyone here. My name is Mel Tilakaratna, and I'm actually the nonprofit that conducts the showers every Tuesday in Baldwin Park. We are not associated with the Tiny Home Project, but I do strongly urge everyone here, from the council, the mayor, to everyone here, to support it. And the reason is, compared to all the other cities in the county of LA, to which most cities I work as a consultant, you have a homeless problem that could be taken care of if addressed right now. The beauty of this project is how fast it can be conducted and how well it can be kept running with very little impact to the neighbors. So I highly suggest you to take action now and not wait to the point of the city of Los Angeles. Well, literally today, while doing a tour of a park, there were two things that stood out. One was the fact that a lot of the individuals who were in that encampment were so mentally ill that the outreach agencies were not willing to do outreach with those individuals, and also hearing about the women who grew up around that park who are being trafficked. We have to think about compassion. When we think about homelessness, what people don't talk about is that 20% of our foster children end up homeless the day they leave foster care. These are the people you're going to be housing. These are the people you're going to be protecting. And through this program, I guarantee you are going to be able to provide services, provide dignity, and have better control of what goes on in your city through this project. So I highly urge everyone on the city council and everyone here to support it. Thank you.
Next is Kathy Rojas.
Good evening. My name is Kathy, and I am here to show my support towards the Tiny Home Project. I have lived in the San Gabriel Valley my whole life, from El Monte to La Puente and Baldwin Park. It is obvious that in the past years, the homeless population has increased. It has been more noticeable under the 605 freeway overpass, under the San Gabriel River Bridge, and on Cloverleaf Drive, which borders the city of Bowen Park, and El Monte. I support the tiny homes because that will alleviate the homeless population that has overtaken not only the city of Bowen Park, but the whole San Gabriel Valley. It is a way to give our homeless community the opportunity to a home. Thank you.
Next is Danny Garcia. Danny Garcia. Danny.
Hello, Council. I would like to commend you on your proactive and decision to submit your letter of intent. I would also like to not just speak to you, but to also to speak to everyone here and implore everyone to have a little bit of empathy with the situation that's going on. Being homeless, not being able to get consistent sleep is one of the key factors in mental illness. The not having stability or consistency and safety drives people who are already going through a tough time into a mental breakdown. I know there's a lot of NIMBY in here. There's a lot more support than there's NIMBY. For those folks that say not in my backyard, we have to start somewhere, and this is a really great proposal. I come here because I do business in this area. I like the San Gabriel Valley. I think this proposal is outstanding in the way that it can be implemented. It's sustainable, and I really implore you to move forward with this. Thank you.
Next is Patricia Hernandez.
Hi, my name is Patricia Hernandez, and I strongly support tiny homes. I'm also a National Alliance of Mental Illness advocate here, and I know that homeless individuals and mentally ill patients are really in need of this. And this is just a little dent in something huge to solve this crisis of homelessness. And I also believe that housing is a human right. Thank you.
Next is Dennis Resendez.
Good evening. My name is Dennis Resendez, and I'm one of your neighbors from Azusa. I want to thank those who brought this proposal to the City Council. Homelessness is a very big problem these days, and it's not something I believe is going to be, will not be resolved through punitive measures, whether it's arresting people or pushing them to the next city or county. This is only something that gets resolved through restorative programs like this one. So I hope you will please show great leadership and courage in voting in favor of this proposal and basically set the example for the rest of the San Gabriel Valley. Thank you very much.
Next is John Pelzer.
I'm John Pelzer, and I urge you to support the Tiny Homes Project. I would like to address this at a slightly different level. We just celebrated the 4th of July, and with it, our Declaration of Independence. That document gives every one of us the right to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. I'm sure you'll agree that it's impossible to realize that right without a roof over your head. Thank you very much. Stay the course.
Next is Leslie Brito.
Good evening, everyone, community and fellows, mayor and council members. Homeowner for more than 20 years. Very happy to hear that finally we made the step to alleviate the problem that we all have. This is not a problem for the city. This is a problem for every one of us. We have to face homeless. I see homeless in Target. I see homeless in Morgan Park. I walk every day. I see them fighting for territory. I see them doing poop outside.
masturbating in front of kids. So it is a problem. And we need to remember also that these people, more of them are veterans that serve our country, and now they're on the streets with mental problems, with issues. And the value of my house is gonna be better because now we're gonna have a control where we have them. I went there, it's a beautiful place, it's no houses around. You guys make the right decision to choose that area. Mi nombre es Leslie Brito, soy dueña de casa por más de 20 años en Baldwin Park. Este es un problema no solo de las ciudades, de cada uno de nosotros. Tenemos la responsabilidad de responder a la necesidad que tiene nuestros gente que está en la calle. Por desgracia, es gente que es veteranos que pelearon por nosotros y que ahora terminaron en la calle. Yo fui a ver el lugar, está en un área adecuada, no hay casas alrededor y aparte he visto, yo camino, yo pedaleo mi bicicleta y veo cómo hay gente de la calle, en Target, en Top Values, en Morgan Park. Yo los he visto a uno de ellos masturbándose, orinándose, haciendo graffiti, destruyendo nuestra comunidad. Si controlamos este problema, el valor de nuestra casa va a subir, no va a bajar. Esto es algo que debemos de ver a pensar y no ser egoístas y pensar en nuestro little pedacito. We need to be more aware, like this is not only my house, it's around us. And I hope this pilot program gets better and it's not only for them for 3 months. I hope we're able to make them move forward and have a better life and see them as a regular as us. Thank you very much.
Next is Cecilia Bernal.
Good evening, Mayor, Council. I'd like to offer my support. Actually, I'm really excited. I was able to be the facilitator for the community web meetings that we had. What they presented, you guys did an amazing job here tonight, but the 2 sessions that we had, they presented an hour at each session. So they were able to give us a whole lot more detail than what they've given even here. I'm really excited that this will be, the 25 homes will accommodate anywhere from 25 to 50 people. But then of course the goal is to get them moved. This is just a bridge. It's to get them to move into permanent housing. And then we shuttle those out, we bring more in, and it just is continuous. So it's not just helping, 25 or 50, it's going to be ongoing and ongoing. And I know for me, I've lived in the city of Baldwin Park for 45 years. My children all attended Baldwin Park schools. My grandchildren attend Baldwin Park schools. And I have an investment in our city, and I love our city, and to see the homelessness grow as much as it has is so sad. Going to one of my favorite places, to Pepe's, and you see homeless all over. You go through Walmart, you see homeless. It's just growing and growing. They gave a number which was shocking. I think 525 homeless in Baldwin Park, where a few years back it was nowhere close. It doubled in just 1 year. So I'm in full support, and I hope that our other community residents will see that this is not going to fix it overnight, but in that year we can get through a lot of people. And the other thing that I'm really excited about is that this funding for this 1 year is not coming from the city. So again, I applaud all of you. I'm really excited to help in any way that I can. And again, thank you so much.
Next is Jim Dexter.
Mayor, council members, it's nice to be back in this building again. I'm going to try and keep it very respectful, but I oppose this immensely. As you witnessed from a lot of the residents here, there's a petition going around. Background, my family's lived in Baldwin Park since 1936. Born and raised here, still live here, attended Foster Elementary School, Jones Junior High School, and Baldwin Park High School. Been involved in a lot of nonprofits, Baldwin Park Quarterback Club, a lot of the youth sports, a lot of stuff. was on the planning commission for 6 years. I was the chair of the planning commission for 4 years. Is that right where you are, Mr. Mayor? I listened to both Zoom meetings and did the site visit. During the site visit, there were a lot of residents that were against the tiny homes project, which I was very impressed with. What's kind of interesting was listening to the Zoom presentations tonight and the site visit. A lot of questions were coming from me. Having 32 years experience in law enforcement, I've seen the homeless problem in the San Gabriel Valley for a long time. There are no easy solutions, but putting this into a residential area is not the right call. I understand it's a commercially zoned area. However, there are residents right there. Does anyone remember what was on that corner 30 years ago? Don's place. There was a trailer park there. Okay, what is also right there? There's a bus stop for Foster Elementary School. So you're gonna have kids being picked up from school at that location. Kids are gonna be walking to school. I did it. Staff also advised me at the site that there was gonna be drug screening. Now I'm hearing there's not gonna be drug screening, that there's not gonna be no drug screening and no background checks for warrants or sex offenders. I don't know if that's true, but that's what I was told. I was kind of upset that in this grant, there was no funding allocated for additional police officers, overtime, or anything like that for you, Chief, because the officers need it. Believe me, I have a direct connection with a lot of the officers, and a lot of the times when I call, you know what, they don't get recorded because a lot of the residents call and nothing happens. The majority of the homeless in our area are in vehicles, so where are they going to park their vehicles? I can go on and on. I mean, it's just all over the place. But Manny, your staff did a great job on a lot of this stuff. I understand what you guys are trying to do with this, but I think it's the wrong direction in a residential area. The property right next to it has been undeveloped for the last 20 plus years. Why don't you let that property owner develop his property? Thank you.
Next is Carol Daly.
Good evening. I salute you on your letter of intent to have the pallet housing in your city. I grew up in Baldwin Park. I remember Little John Dairy and Morgan Park Plunge and the bowling alley. I went to St. John the Baptist for 8 years. I was imbued with the value of caring for my neighbor. I'm like the coach that was here earlier. I have remained dedicated to those that have fallen out of homelessness. On my way here, a man was walking his dog and he said, "Where are you going?" And he said, "I'm going to speak at a city council meeting about housing." And he said, "Well, would you want one of them living next to you?" I said, "Those are our neighbors that are unhoused." Baldwin Park has a great opportunity to be a leader in providing the much needed housing for the people that are living on the street. You've been given something that has no fiscal impact. San Gabriel Regional Housing Trust will provide the cost to develop the site and operating costs for 12 months pilot program. Wow. This program has 24-hour security. Wow. The location is out of the way. The project would bridge people to permanent housing. Wow, wow. Undoubtedly, most of us are blessed to be able to have the privacy of a toilet, a warm bed, shower, and lock the door and be safe at night. This program provides that. What is the consideration if you don't choose to do this? Your homeless population will continue to grow with no viable solution. You know what the secret to homelessness is? To give the homeless a home. I salute Baldwin Park in offering the showers and the homeless diversion programs that you have, and I encourage Baldwin Park to continue to step up to the plate and be a leader in providing the housing pallets. Thank you.
Next is Daniel Cole.
Man, there's a lot of people in support of this thing, huh, guys? At any rate, I think my name's Daniel Cole. Yeah, I've been a community member here my whole life. I shoot from the hip. I didn't have anything. My buddy Marcus brought me here. I didn't even know this thing was going on. But a little bit about me is I kind of lived on all, my children really don't know my whole story, but I've lived on both kind of sides of the street in terms of the double-edged sword, active addiction, mental health, addiction, homeless, strung out, multiple prison terms, all that nonsense, going back to school, getting a master's degree, working in the field of addiction, working with homeless, working in mental health, and kind of understanding that, I don't know what the statistics are, but I think it's like 9 out of 10 homeless are suffering from mental health and addiction. So it just seems more fair to me that we would be dealing more with the addiction and the mental health components than we would housing homeless people next to our, loved ones, although they are our loved ones, right? But working in the field for years and understanding, yeah, they're under the bridge, under the 605. They're over by Walmart. And by the way, my mom owned Don's place. Yeah, so yeah, I remember Garvey. I grew up on Garvey Avenue. I caught a couple terms down there, but at any rate, I don't know what the funding is. If it's funny money, if you call it free money, grants. I mean, I've done grants in the past. I understand we're trying to bring money to our community and whatever that is. Oh, and I want to commend our new mayor for taking the reign of the city and the new council members that were brought on to kind of address these issues. But it just seems like maybe this is kind of being rushed through, although all the people that are planning it kind of had a great idea and it sounds great. I just don't know that if you did a vote for all the residents in our community, if you actually sent out a ticket to everybody and if you tallied them up, what the actual census would be, because it seemed like to me, the first people that were lined up to share their message here for 3 minutes, it was lined up real good. I think Hilda Solis went first, and then whoever else went next, but it sounded real good. But again, if you reach out to the community and you understand, where homelessness is coming from, you get back to the core of the problem, which is more than likely active addiction, mental illness, and you dealt with those issues, then you can kind of deal with the homelessness issue. And I don't know, I don't want my kids, we go up and down Pewini Avenue right now with the Motel 6 now, and there's, a lot of stuff going on Pewini Avenue that riding the bicycle with my children, it's kind of, I don't know, it's uncomfortable. Although I love everybody, good luck. Not in support of it. Thank you.
Next is Jen Escobosa.
Hi. Good evening. My name is Jen. I'm extremely nervous. Public speaking is not my thing, but I did think this was important. So like I said, my name's Jen. I'm a longtime resident of Baldwin Park. I went to De Anza, Sierra Vista, and then I went on to graduate at USC. I've coached basketball at Jones Junior High. I've coached baseball at American Little League. So I am very much a part of this community. Today, even, I'm program manager for the largest rapid rehousing program in the country, serving veterans experiencing homelessness, which is something I'm incredibly proud of. I'm here to ask that you prioritize people over profits. Many people here are asking you to reject this proposal, and I'll be very frank, they have no working knowledge of homeless services. They're functioning from limited information based on misinformed stereotypes and fear. I've made a career in homeless services, and I can speak from experience about the effectiveness of programs such as short-term bridge housing
Your presentation was amazing. I know of the hard work that goes into connecting these participants with rapid rehousing, with employment, with substance use and mental health issues that cannot be addressed if the person does not have a home. What Bridge Housing does do is it gives the most vulnerable individuals in our communities their dignity back. This program will allow people the most basic dignity of having shelter and knowing where the next meal is coming from. The location is amazing. The first thing that popped into my head when I saw the address was finally somebody found a location near transportation, near access to work opportunities, which working in homeless services is something huge because a lot of times they put us on the outskirts of the city. They don't, they want to help, but they don't want to see us. So I love that. I'm so happy that you guys chose this site. I hope that today you do, again, put people over profits. And then you message to our community that individuals experiencing homelessness are no less deserving of the most basic things in life, that they are more than a picture to post on Facebook for comments and likes, and that they are just as important as every one of us here. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Beatriz Sandoval.
Good evening. I'd like to have the interpreter.
Yes.
Buenas tardes, mi nombre es Beatriz Sandoval. Soy un residente de Baldwin Park por muchos años. También soy voluntaria en mi iglesia, San Juan Bautista. Y pues soy residente de Baldwin Park con mis hijas, mi esposo. En muchas de nuestras conversaciones nosotros hemos expresado que sentimos pena por aquellos en gran necesidad. Y los que asistimos a algún servicio religioso, hasta oramos por las personas que están en esa necesidad. La crisis de vivienda es parte de todos los vecindarios de la nación. Desafortunadamente, aquí en Los Ángeles, en el 2019 teníamos más de 60,000 personas viviendo en la calle. Ahorita se estima que más de 800,000 personas con la crisis de COVID van a quedar expuestas a la calle también. La medida H fue aprobada por nosotros los votantes del condado, pensando en aportar soluciones moralmente correctas. Y sí, queríamos que construyeran vivienda para personas sin hogar, pero pensando que estas viviendas fueran en el vecindario de alguien más. Cabe mencionar que cuando mi familia y yo perdimos la oportunidad de tener el apartamento que habíamos aplicado, nosotros decidimos quedarnos en nuestro vecindario, porque aquí estaban nuestros amigos, estaba la iglesia donde asistimos, nuestro negocio. Somos todavía dueños de negocio, está aquí en esta ciudad. Y gracias a que nos quedamos aquí, fueron nuestros amigos quienes después de algún tiempo nos pudieron ayudar a ponernos de pie. Gracias a programas de salud mental, hemos podido seguir lidiando con problemas de depresión y ansiedad. Toda la familia. No caímos en adicciones gracias a que teníamos una red de amigos y vecinos, como todos ustedes aquí, que apoyaron a mi familia en esos momentos. Estoy viendo las tiny houses ahora como si fuera la oportunidad que mi familia hubiera tenido en ese tiempo de dificultad. Lo estoy viendo como la oficina de mi taller, que muchas veces sirvió para resguardarnos del frío y poder tirar un colchón donde poder descansar y tener algo de seguridad y privacidad, aunque no teníamos un baño. Pero también mis vecinos, aquí están algunos de ellos, nos prestaron su baño para darnos un baño. La crisis de vivienda es una crisis muy fuerte. Gracias.
Gracias.
Estoy en support de la Tiny House, por supuesto.
The interpreter will start.
The interpreter is ready to run there.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Sandoval, Mrs. Sandoval, and I am a longtime resident of the city of Baldwin Park. I volunteer at the St. John Church, and I live here in the city with my husband and with my daughters. Us of us who go to church, we pray for those who are homeless, for those who are in need. And this home crisis has created more than 69,000 homeless just in the city of LA. And it seems that now with this pandemic, more people will be losing their homes. This year, we actually voted on a proposal, on an ethical proposal for ethical measures. It appears, though, that those voters had maybe the wrong impression in mind that this type of building or supporting housing was going to build elsewhere, right, in other neighborhoods when they went out and voted for this. I want to also tell you or share with you that when the time came for me and my family, that we couldn't, the time where we couldn't afford our rent, we decided to stay in this very same neighborhood where our church was, our business was still there. And I want to mention all the different people that came together to help us, our neighbors who provided much help during times that we were fighting issues of mental illness such as anxiety and depression. I want to thank everyone who provided that help for us to get us back on our feet. Remembering also that little space we had, my office or my place of work, that served as a warm place and shelter, and also those neighbors who provided a bathroom so that we could have that available as well. So again, I want to just want to say that I'm in support of this interim housing.
Thank you. Next is Julio Ramirez.
Good evening. Julio Ramirez from El Monte. I want to address to this homeless situation. We all thank Thanksgiving. What about those homeless? What about that shelter? They want a hot meal. What about when you go to the store? You can't come into the bathroom. We discriminate the homeless. We tell them you can't come into the bathroom. Do it right there in the street. And this is America. I'm going to lose property. I'm going to lose money. When I was a little kid, I went to Skid Row, sat down, and had a warm turkey meal with all those homeless, those little boys that didn't get a toy, all those Marines, all those soldiers that go and fight for our country. I got a nephew out in the street, mental. We closed the doors on him. We feel proud about that. I thank you, Mayor. I thank you, City Council members, to open that heart for those people. God said, open for everybody, but don't deny them. Don't tell a little girl you can't do it. Go do it outside in the street. Because Fuchi, you're homeless. You go to a 99-cent store, what do you see? A homeless right there. 100 degrees. Thank you very much.
Next is Rosalind Hernandez. Rosalind Hernandez. Miguel Castañeda. ¿Necesita intérprete? Okay.
Mi nombre es Miguel Castañeda. Tenemos 20 años cuidando niños aquí en Baldwin Park. Cuidamos 14 niños y estamos cerca de donde va a estar las casas de los homeless.
20 years taking care of children.
Hemos tenido problemas con uno de ellos, pues
We
con
had
ellos,
problems
porque
with
uno de
them,
ellos
one of them,
siempre se bañan ahí
because
enfrente, desnudos, y los niños
they
veían eso.
bathe right in
Yo hablaba a la
front, and so
policía,
children have
la
to see
policía decía
that.
que no podía hacer nada porque
We'll
ellos
call the
tienen derechos.
police. They said they can't do
Entonces,
anything
¿cuáles son los
because they
derechos de los
also
niños?
have rights.
¿Estarlos
So
viendo ellos?
what are the children's rights? Now?
Mayor, can we ask, I want to hear him and I'm hearing the interpreter. Can we ask the interpreter to hold until the resident speaks and pauses? Thank you.
Entonces no estoy, yo digo que para mí no está bien porque como nosotros, yo prefiero la seguridad de los niños que tenemos. Yo sé que ellos también necesitan, pero también no me siento seguro con ellos para todos los niños que tenemos niños de chiquitos, desde 3 meses hasta 13 años. Ya tenemos 20 años trabajando con ellos y una vez uno de ellos atacó a mi hijo también, que traía a su niña chiquita, y ahí enfrente de conmigo, cerca de allí hay mucha droga, mucho todo, y muy feo que está ahí todo. Es todo lo que voy a decir. Gracias.
Interpreter, you can begin. Interpreter, you can begin, please.
Okay, interpreter didn't really take notes. I was hoping to do this simultaneously. Sorry.
Hi, I'm sorry, I didn't get that. Can you repeat that?
Okay. The gentleman here is just not very pleased that these homeless people are having to do their things outside, being exposed. Sometimes they have to shower, and it's not fair for them to see people, exposed and not. That's just not right.
He should speak in English. Everybody needs to calm down with the comments and with the noises. Everybody needs to calm down. We're trying to have a meeting here and we're trying to run business. We're trying to have a city council meeting. Some of you are acting ridiculously immature. We're trying to hear everybody out. We're trying to translate it. Everybody's going to be heard, but you need to calm down.
Interpreter, are you done?
You're gonna, not right now.
Yes, interpreter is done. Man is just very displeased, and he's in favor of this here. This proposal.
City clerk, can you call that guy over here with you and then help him translate what he said? And in the meantime, city clerk.
Or translator, just so that you know, but here we go.
Oh, Mi nombre es Miguel Castañeda.
Hi, my name is Miguel Castañeda.
Tenemos un daycare por 20 años.
We have a daycare. We've had it for 20 years.
Está cerca de donde van a hacer el proyecto.
This is near the project.
Tenemos niños desde 3 meses hasta 12 años.
We take care of kids from 3 months to 12 years.
En una ocasión tuvimos un problema con una persona de homeless que estaba viviendo frente de mi casa y él se desnudaba y se bañaba y los niños lo veían. Yo hablaba a la policía, ellos decían que no podían hacer nada.
And we have issues with someone, a homeless person who lives in front of our home. They take showers, they undress in front of the children. And I called the police department and they were non-responsive. They said they couldn't do anything.
Ellos podían hacer algo hasta que él hiciera algo malo, entonces sí podían hacer algo contra él, menos no.
Stated that the only way they could assist him was if he committed a crime.
A mí me importa mucho la seguridad de los niños.
It's imperative that the children's safety is first.
En una ocasión, uno de ellos atacó a mi hijo que traía a su niña también en los brazos.
And on occasion, he attacked one of the little girls that he was holding her in his arms.
Yo por eso no estoy de acuerdo en que esté ahí eso.
And this is the reason why I'm not in favor of this project.
Yo creo que también los niños tienen derechos.
And he also believes that children have rights.
Gracias.
Christine Armendariz.
Hi. I've been a resident of Baldwin Park for 21 years. And my main concern is the background check on these people, on these individuals that are going to be being admitted into this facility. I want to know, and also I want to know, I mean, how, if they stand in line, how fast are the background checks are going to be conducted in 5 minutes? If pedophiles, child molesters cannot be within 1,000 feet of schools. We have Foster, we have Jones, we have and not only that, we have children. They said that there's no homes close to the facility. There is. I spoken to everybody in that block yesterday, and the house next door to the facility has children. All the homes have children, and they've all had issues with the homeless, with the homeless people that are living across in the streets in the facility. Now, the young lady here said that they would be allowed to come and stand in line. These are children. There's children living in this area. My son was almost attacked by one of them walking to work. Luckily, he was able to run into 7-Eleven. And nothing happened to him. My daughter, when they went back to school, there was homeless people sitting at the bus stop, and she was always harassed by them. So now my daughter had to eventually just do the Zoom classes in school. She was not able to go back to school. I didn't let her because I had to go to work. I couldn't be there to be driving her back and forth to school. Now, also. They said that now there's going to be extra police officers right there sitting, monitoring all these people. I would like to have somebody monitoring my home, on my block. I will love it. And me too. It's happened to me where one night I woke up, I got up, and I looked out the window, and there was somebody urinating in my front tree. And I didn't call the police officer. So imagine all these people who said, why should I call the police? It's happened. They're not going to come. By the time they get here, they're going to be gone. So that's my main concern. And for the children, for the kids, when they go back to school, they're all over the streets. I mean, it's just, I understand that we need to help people, but they need to be monitoring. They need to do background checks. You just can't have lines of people trying to get into this shelter. How safe are the people inside the shelter going to be? They're sleeping. They're going to be asleep. These people have mental issues. They don't know what the law is. They're confused. They don't know what the law is. They don't know. They don't know what they're doing. So I'm just very concerned about that, and it's just, I mean,
Sorry, your time is up. Next is Jason Lee.
Yeah, and then so I do want to, for the record, there is no walking up to this facility. So, and Braille can confirm over there. There is no walk-ups to this facility. You will not get in.
Go ahead, Mr. Lee.
Okay. Good evening, Honorable Mayor and City Council members. And I'm here with my family and neighbors. And we've been noticed over the past years, there are more and more homeless people in our city. And we believe they deserve to help. We think the 25 units is not enough for over 500 homeless people. With this shelter built in our community, we'll send a wrong message to those people and will attract more and more homeless people to our community. Also, we would like to point out this shelter is only 0.2 miles walking distance to the Foster Elementary School. And for the city police department, they already short people and they have more emergency things need to handle. We do not want this shelter bring more burden to their work. And over the past few weeks, we've been asking around our neighbors, and we have been collecting the signatures who also against to build this shelter in the Red Central Zone. And we want to present this to the City Council with all the signatures like this. Thank you.
Next is Manuel Penate.
Is that for the record? Can you hand it over to the city clerk so she can provide us a copy, please?
Mr. Mayor, members of the Baldwin Park City Council, and of course the members of the community, I'm quite frankly frustrated. I'm frustrated that there's veterans out there who can't find a home, and because they have no address, they can't get access to their VA benefits. I'm sad and angered that a mother with a small child can't go to her, is forced to go city to city, is forced to live in conditions that are not fit, not just for the mother, but for the child. The child is not even allowed to have a regular education that I had an opportunity. I started in kindergarten here in Baldwin Park, and I graduated from Baldwin Park High School in 2013. You know how many kids get the opportunity for that? Very, very few who keep on going through these terrible homeless policies that force people to not just be criminalized for being homeless, but being forced to live through subsidies that are only temporary, that only last for a year or two. Which is why I am in full support for the tiny home program. While this isn't a final solution, what this is a stepping stone to give someone, a veteran, a mother, to give that person a chance, however slim that is, to find permanent housing. People need to understand that homelessness is not just a vermin that we must push away to the next town over. We have people coming in, not just from California, but from Colorado, New York, various states, because quite honestly, there's no other option. At the very least here, they get some sunshine. What are we gonna do? So today I wanna say two things. Now, these might sound like platitudes because, and with all due respect, politicians say them a lot, but courage and leadership. Courage, because yes, there's frustrations for this project that's gonna come to our town. And
some of their arguments are sincerely valid and we have to address them, we have to vet them. But that doesn't mean that those veterans who fought for my right to be here get to just be thrown to the wayside. We have to stand together. We have to show leadership, not just for our community, but for the state, for our nation. And all I can really say is I encourage City Council to not just continue with this program, push forward for it, but expand it. Because all people need is a helping hand. And if we can just give them that little bit of help, this world, this nation will be a better place. So let us just stick with platitudes of courage and leadership. And let's actually exercise that. Let's make Baldwin Park the best city, not just the best city in San Gabriel Valley, not just LA County.
Sorry, your time is up, sir.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Alicia Mendoza. ¿Necesita intérprete?
Buenas noches a todos.
A
lo
this
que veo,
moment,
tenemos un
Espera un
problema
momentito.
muy grande.
Espera un
I'm
momentito.
sorry, Honorable Mayor, this is the interpreter. Interpreter has no problem interpreting this if the speaker will do it in short sentences. If you allow that, I can let the speaker know.
Fine, yeah.
Diga un poquito y él va
Sí,
a
diga un poquito,
interpretar.
por favor, lo voy a interpretar.
Lo que vemos
Usted, pero-
que Baldwin Park tiene un gran problema.
What we see is that we at Baldwin Park is facing a great problem.
Ustedes, a lo que veo, ya tomaron la decisión.
From what I see,
Tenemos
you've already
niños,
made a decision.
tenemos hijos.
We have
Estas
children.
casas van a estar junto a una escuela.
This
yo
place
voy a
will
la
be
Food
near
for
a
Less.
school. I go to Food for Less.
Si tú sales, hay como 8 homeless, y no estoy mintiendo, no estoy mintiendo, hay como 8 homeless esperando que uno les ayude.
And you
Y
see
no
a
hayas ni a
bunch
quién
of homeless
ayudarle.
people. And I'm not lying. There's around 8 homeless people that, that there's no way to help them.
Yo soy residente de Baldwin Park desde hace 35 años aquí.
I've been a
Yo-
resident of Baldwin Park for 35 years.
Y yo ahorita veo que Baldwin Park nos estamos cayendo todos juntos para abajo.
And what I
Porque no
see
hay
is that
control.
Baldwin
Hay
Park,
homeless
we're
left
all
to right.
going downhill because there's no control.
Y yo no les digo a ustedes que no hay que ayudarlos. Hay que ayudarlos, pero estas son personas con mental health issues.
I'm not
En la
saying not to
cabeza.
help these people, but these are people that have mental health issues in their brain, their head.
Como dijo la muchacha, no estamos pensando en los que vienen atrás de nosotros. Estamos
Así-
pensando en ahorita.
As the young
Okay.
lady said, we're not thinking of those that came before us. We're thinking of those people now.
Ustedes todos sabemos aquí en Baldwin Park la situación de los homeless. Y yo no creo que esas casitas van a solucionar. Si es para una persona o para 2 personas, no van a ser 50 y tantas personas que ustedes van a ayudar.
And I don't
Al
think
año,
this-
¿qué es lo que van a hacer después que lo saquen para afuera? Ellos se
This-
van a acostumbrar a estar aquí en Baldwin Park.
So I don't
Si
think
los
this,
matan donde los metan, ellos van a regresar para atrás aquí en Baldwin Park. Yo tenía un sobrino que en paz descanse, él era homeless. Nos tenía a todos nosotros y él no quería ayuda, a él le gustaba la calle. Y yo entiendo que hay muchos veterans, pero también hay mucho muchachito joven que vienen de otras ciudades. Y por favor, hagan algo. Pero allí donde van a poner, pónganse a pensar, allá hay escuela.
so
Ahí
please
está la
consider these
Walmart.
people that we have schools here.
Por favor, piensen
We
en
have
los niños,
Walmart.
en nuestros hijos. Porque
So
yo
this-
tengo nietos chiquitos y hijos también.
So please consider our children. I have small children and also grandchildren. So
Pero lo que yo veo, ustedes ya tomaron su decisión.
by what I see, you've already made a decision.
Es todo lo que quiero decir. Por favor, hagan algo.
And that's all I want to say. Please do something about it.
Thank you. Next is Leslie Acuña. Leslie Acuna? Okay, Charles Navarro Jr.?
Good evening, Mayor, Chief of Police, distinguished council members, friends and neighbors. My name is Charles Navarro Jr. I'm a longtime resident here in Baldwin Park. I'm a homeowner. I'm a graduate of Sierra Vista class of 1984. I'm a U.S. veteran with 26 years of service, 5 combat tours, and I retired in 2010 in Germany. I left Germany to come back and combat the biggest battle in my life and to be actively participating in homelessness. I am now an intensive case manager working with Skid Row Housing Trust in downtown Los Angeles. We have to be open-minded. I've heard the presentation. I think it's fabulous. I lived in smaller quarters when I was deployed overseas in combat. All the presentations that we've seen here, we have to be open-minded. Every one of us here is 2 to 3 paychecks from being homeless. But we need to be open-minded, okay? What I'd like to propose is some of the following. I've heard a lot of executive level recommendations, some really flashy PowerPoint presentations, but we need to put our U.S. veterans first in line. We also have to use the CES entry system and rate each one with a SPDAT score. Based on the SPDAT score, that is the priority of their move-in, okay? We also have to connect them with Medi-Cal through DPSS, GR, SSI through CBEST, if possible. We need to get them also CAPI. We have undocumented individuals out on the streets that could use that benefit. We also have to help them with DMV ID application. It's a free application. GED, if they haven't completed school, their birth certificates, social security cards, the basics, Obama phone. I'd also proposed a reverse sponsorship where each of these residents is connected to a local business to help them take out trash, clean up, and so forth. I also suggest that we connect this agency with Copia. Copia is a nonprofit organization that collects excess food from restaurants and local businesses and provides them for our homeless residents. Weekly case management session and connecting them with life skill groups offered on site. This is the only way we can collectively do this. If we can sponsor and nurture a boys team to a championship and have the best park department here, we can do this collectively. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Janet Hurtado.
I just have a couple of bullet points to say. So I've lived in Baldwin Park all my life. I went to all the high schools here. So there are too many to count. I mean, all the schools. So anyway, so the first thing, so we all live in a renter majority cities. Housing costs have gone up more than the minimum wage.
Excuse me.
Yes.
You have to address the council.
But I want to.
You have to address the council. I know, you have to address the council. I understand.
Okay.
It's okay.
Okay, so we all live in a renter majority city. The rent has gone up higher than fucking us gone up higher than our fucking, gone up higher than the rent. I mean, than my paycheck or whatever when I work, okay? So I can't even afford to pay my rent. Anyhow, that being said, neighbor means accepting unhoused and poor folks too, rather than, oh my God, I'm so nervous. Okay, anyway, so this, shit. This comes down to empathy. That's what it comes down to, okay? Any housing offer should not be forced choice of housing or arrest. And we need more permanent, supportive, low-income public housing. There's no singular cause for homelessness. There is no one way to fix it either. What does community mean? If we exclude and overlook large demographics, we must take a closer look at the community itself and dissolve the us versus the binary. And we can start by regarding everyone who resides near us as our neighbors, regardless of their housing situation. It's an uphill battle, but forming solidarity is the key. We have a moral responsibility to support our community. After all, what does community mean if it excludes and overlooks large demographics? Introducing yourself is a good place to start. It's important that they know that you can trust you and that you're not involved in the government, law enforcement, city, sanitation, etc. There are serious threats in the safety of Anaheim's community. And like I said, it comes down to fucking being a good person and a lot of assholes.
Next is Gabriel Ramirez.
And please, you guys watch your language.
Good evening, City of Baldwin Park staff and members of the community, those who are watching on YouTube. I'm speaking on my personal capacity since I am employed in the Parks and Recs department. I've been working for the Parks and Recs for 2 years, and I love the city. I love working Parks and Recs. This is something that I've been taught, working within my 2-year tenure and having to work with the senior, not just the seniors, but looking at the homelesses outside. Usually when I come in, yes, there's some times where you have homelesses sleeping, and you know what? It eats me alive every time I go into work sometimes, or even going into the parks. When you have one homeless that I remember I counted, and it's worth saying, I'm hungry. And the first thing is I was trying to offer it was, again, I'm following the protocols of it. We cannot give them the food for whatever the reason. This is something that it really to the point where I said, I'm sorry, but it really needs to change this policy. And I really hope this not gets me recommended or anything, just to speak out of my thoughts and my voice. So as today, it could be your mother, it could be someone in there that has been homeless, has mental issues, as I do have families, rest in peace, who passed away, an uncle of mine, who decided to take his life away because mental issues. When we try to help him, the first thing is it was a lack of services that we had at that time. It is time today in the San Gabriel Valley cities, right, and the city of Baldwin Park, tonight, you have the opportunity to pass this resolution, but not just this resolution, but to help out those in the community. Because again, I've been getting a lot of seniors, other communities saying complaints, sleeping from there. I said, okay, if not this location, then where? Show me a location where there is going to be a spot for the homelesses. We are here we celebrate holidays, but do we even think into our heads, into our minds, and say, we second thoughts? What about those outside? Yes, I get it. Someone may not want the help, but you know what? We should not deny it. At least we give it out. Hopefully, for staff like myself, hopefully I really do have some training for that. I am willing to work if it passes in any capacity, with all due respect. Today, I'll close out in saying that, again, we should not be criminalizing homelessness just because, for whatever reason, the backgrounds, again, once it presents the case. And this is not just speaking, preposterous, or just speaking, being paid. No, I'm not. I'm doing this because it's my passion. This is what I love to do. Human is a human right, not a privilege. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next is Junior Lozano.
Good evening, council members. Good evening. My name is Junior Lozano, and I've been here since Baldwin Park since 1979. I went to Geddes Elementary School in Landis, which is now, Holland Junior High, and I graduated from Baldwin Park Braves since 1987. And as a longtime resident, I don't think this is a good thing for the community. What I see here tonight is the people that are trying to bring in this community here, little tiny residents. You guys brought your own people that don't live in Baldwin Park. And I think that you should wait in order for you to do a project like this. Wait till the election day. Let's take a vote during the election. All these people that came here tonight, damn right that they're not residents here at Baldwin Park. You know that. They're not residents. Once you ask for the IDs, everyone that asked, everyone that came up here to speak. Everyone that came here and speak tonight, you should ask for their IDs. Everyone that came up here tonight, because this is a community that you guys all brought together from different cities. West Covina, Almani, Irwindale, they're not allowing this. They don't want this. This is going to depreciate our homes. And I know you guys already all made up your mind. It's 3 against 2, like always, But I think you guys should think about it and wait till the next elections to bring something like this in our community, because it is not a good thing for our community. Thank you very much. Have a nice evening.
Carlos Ramirez.
My name is Carlos Dominguez. I'm a resident from 52 years, homeowner for 2. Start off, my sister and my nephew are homeless. They choose to be homeless. Well, not my nephew, my sister. She has drug problems. She has mental problems. Maybe you guys are trying to fix something real quick with the shelters, or maybe you should think about getting the state hospitals back together, because a lot of the people are on drugs, mental issues, and as it is, you said earlier, the police departments are not really equipped to handle. If you guys can't handle the fireworks, how are you going to expect to handle the homeless? I'm very kind-hearted. I go to the market. I got to take an extra $20-$30 just to give it up to homeless, just to walk into the market. Because there's little kids. I feel bad for the kids, so I give them money. But what about the people that are screaming and yelling because they're all on drugs and everything? Are your police department ready to handle that? The 3 officers going to monitor those the place and security. What kind of security is going to be there? Just like a regular security at the market? I don't know. I really, like Junior said, you guys should maybe let the people, the residents of Baldwin Park vote, not you guys. That's all I got to say.
Okay, next is Scott Chamberlain.
Mayor and City Council, thank you. My name is Scott Chamberlain. I'm Executive Director of the Consortium on Homelessness. And we have 3,000 stakeholders that are all coming together to be able to move a momentum to address homelessness in the San Gabriel Valley. And we thank you. We are in support of this project. I myself have worked in homeless services for over 30 years. And time again, when lives get back into thriving and jobs and things like that, they always have a first step. Housing and services does change lives. I've seen it again and again and again. And this is a great first step. We know that this is the first step as well as for families and seniors and veterans and everybody else, but it's a first step and it's good planning. It's good urban planning to say we want to start somewhere as part of those neighbors that are in our community. Studies have shown again and again that about 70% of the people that are on the streets, especially in suburban communities, have 3 or more ties to that community of origin. So 70% of those 500 in Baldwin Park have been Baldwin Park neighbors. They've been our Uncle Joe or Aunt Susan, whoever that ends up being on the street. And again, housing plus services changes lives. And so I thank you for your courage. I thank you for your leadership to be able to support this project. Thank you.
Laura Santos. Laura Santos. Lou Cruz. Lou Cruz.
Okay, thank you. I want to thank you, council members, mayor, and community activists and communities, people who are here today. My name is Lupe Cruz, and I'm just going to bring up something really quick because someone up here mentioned the church and said they cannot provide permanent care. True. At my church at Hacienda Heights, the Church of Nazarene, prior to the pandemic, we provide every Saturday free breakfasts and showers for the homeless. Once the pandemic shut us all down, we're now just going to be starting to open it up again to help them. Our pastor is Pastor Rodriguez, and he says we have to reach out to the poor and to the homeless because nobody wants them. But when Jesus was on this earth, he didn't reach out to the rich. He went out to the poor. He went to the ones that nobody liked, nobody wanted. That's where he went. And that's where churches are still needing to reach out to them. I do want to say that we do need homes for the homeless. When people have homes, they're more likely to get jobs, pay taxes, and become productive members of our society. There are many homeless people, and we all know it. And I hear the frustrations from both sides here. But a lot of the homeless people, they need mental health services, they need social workers, and they need training to become employable. They have to work. That's the bottom line. They have to work. Along with the villages, and I heard they said they're going to be providing wraparound services, and that's essential. It's not just taking them off and putting them in a home. They need wraparound services to get them back into society and get other people off the streets. We have too many homeless. When I moved here, I only saw a few homeless. Now it's rampant all over the place. It's in the parks, it's in front of the stores, 7-Eleven, all these other stores. That's where they're at, okay? No one plans to become homeless. I never met one person said, that was my goal to become homeless. Never heard that. People have become homeless because loss of jobs, addiction, rising cost of living. Here in California, it's atrocious how much houses cost. It's atrocious how much everything costs here in the state of California. It's ridiculous. That's why so many people are leaving California and going to states that are cheaper, like Texas, Arizona, and in the Midwest also, okay? Most Americans, and I heard someone say that, where most Americans are one paycheck away from becoming homeless. So I want people to think about that. If you're one paycheck away and that happens to you, what are you going to do? Okay? So I am asking them, I'm asking Baldwin Park, if you're going to vote on this and vote yes, to make sure there's wraparound services, make sure their children are protected, homes are protected, so that their properties and children are not invaded. Thank you.
Jim Vega.
Honorable Mayor, honorable council members, esteemed chief, and community and staff. One of the problems with coming near the end of the program is most everybody steals your thunder. So let me get the elephant out of the room first. Some of these Confederate states, if you put the vote to them, they would reinstate slavery. That's why you guys are here, to make the wise decisions. So, so that throw that other nonsense out of there. That's what you guys are here for. Interesting. A writer for the Atlantic magazine coined the term cruelty is the point. And the administration whose name shall not be mentioned, that was their raison d'etre. That was their whole point in life, was the cruelty they could inflict on those they perceive below them, under them, right? Let that sink in for a moment. The cruelty is the point. And I'm hearing a lot of that tonight. My job, my business. Well, heck, for a homeless guy to get nude in front of people, that's exposure, That's a crime in itself. So we need to look at that. We need to address that. So the fair city of Baldwin Park needs to be a leader in erasing the memory of that prior administration, their glee in the cruelty is the point. And this is going to be a huge first step. Housing some of the homeless. There's that, one of my favorite iconic photos is all the white clergy that are walking with Dr. King. You can never erase that memory ever. And those people will always be held up because they were on the right side of history. All y'all are here now to get on that right side of history, like that iconic photo that we see. Okay, and Salt Lake City had a program. They were able to do something like you guys are taking the first step, trying to get, make the first step. That's all we need is the first step. Help these poor folks. We know you have to sort out the chaff from the wheat, the poor devils that are out of their minds or addicted. Yeah, they need to be in a separate housing, but the one family who missed that first paycheck and they're out on the street, hey, don't forget, the CDC is gonna let loose, they're gonna revoke the evictions. So before we know it, we're gonna have more on our hands. So all y'all need to make
Sorry, your time is up.
the right move. Thank you.
Abel Medellin.
¿Intérprete o lo digo a mi modo? ¿Van intérprete o lo hago yo?
¿Necesita intérprete?
Intérprete.
Interpreter, are you ready?
Interpreter is ready.
Diga poquito para que el intérprete entonces pueda interpretar, entonces vuelve usted a hablar, ¿ok?
Buenas noches a todos. Mi nombre es Abel Medellín.
Hable en el micrófono, ponga su boca cerca al micrófono.
Buenas noches a todos. Mi nombre es Abel Medellín. Business Owner por 40 años en Baldwin Park y les agradezco mucho que me han atendido. Sam me ha atendido muy bien y me han contestado las llamadas y estamos muy bien ahorita en el negocio de la ciudad. Lo que yo quiero hacer un complaint de la compañía de la basura de que me está multando muy seguido porque llevo un pedacito de para afuera, me multan seguido y no tiene mucha basura, entonces quiero ver por qué motivo están haciendo esto ellos seguido. Y
Can
lleva
the
como 20,
interpreter
30 libras. Yo tengo un...
interject? Mil disculpas.
Go ahead, interpreter.
Good evening. My name is Abel Medellin. I've been a resident of Baldwin Park for 40 years. I want to thank everyone for the way you've treated me. I've been treated really well. I am here, however, to make a complaint.
Okay. Y quisiera saber por qué motivo me multan. Por cualquier cosa que el tambo de la basura industrial va muy vacío y porque sale para afuera poquito, me están dando multa seguido que llevo 30, 40 libras y es un bote grande de basura industrial. Quiero saber si se puede hacer algo por eso. Y
I want to
también-
know why there are fines around this industrial trash bin that is sort of blocking a little bit. This is an industrial bin that is 40 pounds, and I want to find out why there are fines for this.
Estaban hablando de los homeless, que lo que dicen es verdad. Hay demasiados homeless en Baldwin Park y necesitamos hacer algo para limpiar la ciudad un poco porque es demasiado lo que hacen ellos, se ensucian, tienen muchas casas de campaña, es demasiado lo que hacen y hay que relocalizarse en un lado correcto.
Everything that it's been said about the homeless is true. They come here and they litter, and you know there are too many tents around in the city.
Ok, y yo creo que si en que les busquen una localidad, ellos van a seguir saliéndose a las calles a pedir dinero, a robar, a ensuciarse. Necesitamos que pongan un vigilante, un policía, no sé yo, para que ellos no salgan de donde están ellos viviendo.
Even if you provide shelter for them, I think they're still gonna go out there in the streets and continue to do drugs.
También quiero hacer un poco de complaint de la ciudad de que
Hay mucha hierba en las banquetas, no le matan, no le ponen weed killer y se ve muy mal la ciudad también.
I also want to complain to you, complain to the city about too many weeds in the area, not using weed killer.
Aquí atrás, que es un museo, no sé qué sea, les saqué unas fotos ahí hay homeless, se ensucian ahí, toman las puertas y deben de hacer algo con este lugar que está atrás porque hasta ratas hay ahí.
Behind this building, even, I don't know what it is, I think it's a museum. It's also very dirty. There's even rats there in that area.
Ok, muchas gracias por ayudarme en todo, Sam. Gracias, Sam. Ayúdame cuando pido ayuda para los residentes porque hace mucho complaint y me has ayudado mucho. Y gracias a todos,
And I also want to thank you. Thank you for all the help that you've given me. Thank you, Sam, for hearing me out when I bring the complaints of the residents. And thank you for all the support you've given me.
Gracias. Heriberto Daniel.
Hello, City Council and Mayor and all the wonderful people here at Baldwin Park. I had something prepared to say, but after your presentation, I think I could probably get rid of that. But I do want to say that I noticed something I thought was kind of unusual. I noticed, and it's been echoed here and mentioned here a little bit tonight, that I noticed my watch was at 9:06 p.m. before the first person got up to this podium and opposed the tiny village. 9:06, okay? And then we had a parade of people from all over coming into Baldwin Park, giving their opinions. And we had a man, unbelievable to me in this day and age that he would say, well, then they should just speak English, or that they would compare the people of Baldwin Park who opposed this project to basically rednecks in a Confederate state. That's what he said. Those aren't my words. That's what he said. And that's why he didn't want it to go to a vote. Okay? My background, I've dealt with adversity. I've had family members that were unfortunately homeless. I've had to go with family members to counseling because they were homeless and drug addicted. I've had to feel the effects that individual or those individuals in my family, how they impacted our family at large. And it's terrible. And I also want to say that, there seems to be an underlying feeling or an underlying opinion that if you're against the tiny village, that you're somehow void of compassion, or you're somehow void of a Christian heart, or somehow void of humanity and an obligation to be with and be for and try to help our unhoused brothers and sisters. Okay? That's not the case. I can tell you unequivocally, that's not the case. From all the people that I've talked to, I was standing up there pretty much the whole time, and I clapped after everyone spoke, whether they were for or against the issue I was for or against. I'm against the homeless tiny village because it will bring down values of properties. It will affect people who worked their whole lives and worked to have that home. And if you're going to compare Redondo Beach or one of those communities, you can't compare that to Baldwin Park.
Thank you.
So let's try to get through this.
Jose Torres.
Council, Mayor. I'm here to show support on the box housing project. And not only because it's, the right thing to do, but it's necessary. And it's the right step towards, not ending homelessness. I don't think that'll ever be, the case, but it's definitely the right thing to head towards. And just being back there and listening to everyone talk, I noticed that a lot of people do care about, their well-being and their futures and their, their housing and where they live, but no one comes up here with solutions. No one comes up here with suggestions. And I just wish there was a little bit more of that, Baldwin Park. But hopefully we can, bring this project to life and start affecting the good, those who do need it, those who did fall behind on that one paycheck and one rent. All right, thanks.
Mark Robles. Mark Robles.
Good evening, good night, Mayor, council members, police chief, and all the residents of Baldwin Park that are here. My name is Mark Robles, and my background is I manage 1.25 million square feet of commercial property, not here in Baldwin Park, but in the Los Angeles area. I heard the complaints here, and it's a very general, emotional topic to speak about homelessness. That's a solution that community members, council members, elected officials need to partner and work together to resolve. However, as council members, as a mayor of Baldwin Park, we have a fiscal duty to account for how the city is going to fund this, how it's going to maintain the citizens safe, because that's what I, a citizen, am requesting. Okay? I understand that the grant money is there to build and support and maintain the project within the boundaries of that project. This is a trickle effect. This affects the city as a whole. This doesn't affect just the boundaries. The engineer that came up here, I would ask him, how is he going to reinforce that back wall that butts up to the wash? That wash, that walkway, isn't patrolled. It's posted, no trespassing. But you and I know that there are homeless people there. It's not posted because, the train wants to say, hey, we don't want anybody on our land. It's for their safety. They come too close to that train, you have a deceased person. Your responsibilities are to remove the emotion and come up with a strategy and a plan past just building it. That's your responsibility. Police chief, I respect the fact that you have 3 officers, but I want to ask them, are they going to fund you with more officers? Because you're going to need that. You're going to attract more people. You are. 3 officers is not enough. 1 caseworker is not enough. Security is going to be there to observe and report. They call them for assistance. Is there money for the fire department who's going to be responding to the medical emergencies? Have you partnered with the hospitals?
Thank you. Your time is up. Sorry. Fernando Sandoval.
Council members, Mayor. My name is Fernando Sandoval, and I'm in favor of bringing the teeny houses because the homeless that they are on the streets, they're not from another cities or places. That's not true. I really don't understand that people are complaining about the ones that are on the streets, that they leave trash and filthy stuff in the street, but they don't want them to get a house where they can clean up and somewhere to sleep at night, at least for a period of time. Don't come and complain with that knowledge of the situation that the city is slow to provide. Thank you very much.
Michelle Parias.
Good evening, Council and Mayor. I'm a volunteer with the Shower of Hope, the service provider for the unhoused, and I'm also a resident of the San Gabriel Valley. I've personally seen how difficult it is for my neighbors to get the permanent housing solution they desperately need and ask for. I want to remind everyone that all of us are just a job loss, rent hike, or illness from ending up unhoused. I want to thank the council for the proposal, and I hope that you approve it. Thank you.
Rodolfo Cortés.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. So I am a local activist. I'm very active in housing rights. So I'd like to just comment on some things that I saw on social media as well as here in the previous comments about this. So some people are arguing that that we need an election for this so that the community can make their voice heard. But I think the election already happened. This last election, we clearly saw, certainly the mayor, we could all see what his platform points were, where he volunteered. So the people voted for those policies for Mayor Estrada. So I think elections happen and we have to accept them. Elections have consequences. The people voted, and so of course, this tiny home village is exactly what our community needs. I saw the presentation. I saw there were, I didn't quite catch the number. I wish there were more. I wish there was funding for more, space for more, because we can, as one speaker just said, these are community members. Oftentimes some people like to say, oh, these are outsiders. If you put this facility here to help them, more of them will come. That's absolutely false. We know, community members in this room can go talk to homeless individuals in our community, and many of them graduated from local schools. They've been here forever. It's just that, with the skyrocketing costs of rent, many people just can't keep up, obviously, with the gas prices and the food prices going up. How are we supposed to keep on going? So with that, I'd also like to comment on something I saw on social media. People were attempting to shame the mayor. They claim that he lives in a duplex. I don't know if the mayor lives in a duplex, but if he lives in a duplex, that just makes him a representative of the community. We're a community, a low-income community. There are, especially those of us, who are millennials or Generation Z. We don't have a lot of economic mobility. It's been robbed by major multinational corporations, as well as the government, the federal state government, which has sometimes conspired to rob us of that opportunity, unfortunately. So that's why I think a lot of young people like Mayor Estrada are jumping up and saying, let's change things. Let's make the community a better, safer place to live for all community members, especially those that most need help, like our unhoused community members. So I really hope that you vote for this and then you keep thinking of innovative solutions to help the most vulnerable members of our community. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. That was the last of our speakers, but I also wanted to say that we have a letter here from Mr. President Mark Ramos of UFCW Local 1428, also supporting the project. And those are all the speakers for tonight.
Great, thank you. And thank you all for being here. Obviously, this is a controversial project. I hear all of you. whoever's talking about elections, it's unfortunate. It's unfortunate that certain people have tried to politicize this for their benefit at the expense of the most vulnerable in our community. The individual's no longer here, took off, and that's fine. For all of you that have a legitimate concern, I've tried my best to stay in contact with all of you. Ms. Arbendaris, I gave you a phone call yesterday, right away, right? I got the email, I called you right away. I tried to answer your questions. And there's other people, and I don't shy away from this, Mr. Robles was right. There's an emotional aspect to this, and we also have to see this in a different way. I tried to answer a lot of these questions before any of you spoke so that you can have those answers before you came up here and you could maybe use other talking points. We have to face the facts. Homelessness didn't start in January. Homelessness didn't start when I got sworn in. It started years ago. It doubled in 2019, and it also doubled the year prior to that. In 2020, we don't know because there wasn't a count, because the pandemic took over and it wasn't safe to do so. During a pandemic, we can't expect that number to drop. We can only expect it to go up, and then we talk about safety. Our police department has been involved. You questioned the back wall. We've talked with our chief, and we've also talked with Brielle from the COG to make sure that it's not just chain link, so it's reinforced. This project is one of the most ambitious efforts to help our homeless. We talked about the showers. Manny, how long did it take to bring those showers in here?
It took several months, Mr. Mayor.
And Brielle, if you can come over here and city staff in case I have some questions. This is one of the most economically feasible and possible projects that we can make to have an impact on the homeless situation here. 25 homes, it's not a lot, but it adds up. We're not putting somebody in there for a full year. We're putting them in there. We're trying to put them in there for no more than 90 days so that they're off the street while they're trying to get services. You can't get a job if you can't shower. You can't get a job if you don't have a home address. And that's the fact. So you're complaining about people urinating and defecating on the street. Well, we're offering them high quality restrooms so that they don't want to do that. You're talking about these people loitering. We're offering them a great facility that's not an eyesore so that they stay there. I don't know anybody who would have a great facility and would rather be on the street. I do, I understand the concerns. I'm a parent as well. Out of all the council members, I'm the one that lives closest to that site, less than a mile away. So I'm there with you. It's in my backyard. The homeless sleep by my house already. They sleep on the church stairs. They sleep on the bus stop. And now they sleep on the bus stop because we thought that if we cut the bench short and we put a little pole in the middle, that they wouldn't be able to lay down there anymore and we'd kick them away. It didn't work. Now they sleep on cold concrete. 2 homeless individuals have died in our city in less than a year. Lisa, who used to hang out by the super, and the lady that got hit and run. We keep talking about this violence. There's violence against them. Hit and run, we don't know who did it, right? We talk about this trash that they carry. Well, if they have somewhere to put it, they're not gonna be using shopping carts, right? So, I understand the concerns. I've tried my best. This isn't something that the council cooked up in secret. It's social and civic participation is a two-way street. The council posts about it on social media. I post it on my personal media. I make sure everybody's aware of this stuff. But you as residents, you have to be involved in the civic process. You need to check the city website for agendas. You need to see what webinars are out there because we had 2 and we had 2 tour sites. So it's a two-way street when we talk about this stuff. This property value thing. Yeah, I compared you to Redondo Beach. If Redondo Beach doesn't lose $1 million homes, why would it happen here? We keep saying, somebody said, you can't compare us to Redondo Beach. Of course I can. Nobody offered here an example of a city that brought in a shelter and dropped property values because it's never happened. These homeless people are already here, and that location is a specific hotspot. We talk about the police department. This is an effort to help them because they're getting over 200 calls relating to homelessness in less than a year, in less than half a year. You're complaining about fireworks. We can't get to your firework calls because there's mental health calls for the police department. And as I mentioned before, I've done my due diligence. I went on a ride-along with the police department and I saw 3 out of 5 phone calls that they answered when I was there all mental health related. And it wasn't the dirty guy at Food for Less. It wasn't the guy hanging out at Walmart or the guy camping in his car. It was your neighbors. It was the person that lives next to you, but you don't know it because they're ashamed to even get help. I was there with our police officers, and he says, you know, the mother goes and she says, "Can you go inside because I don't want my neighbors to see." Why? Because we've stigmatized mental health. We've created this idea that mental health patients are dangerous and that they're violent. That's just not true. You know, every single one of us here has had some sort of issue, and you're right. Many of us are one paycheck away from a bad day. We just had our housing study. 66% of Baldwin Park residents, whether you're a homeowner or a renter, you're overpaying for your house, for your rent, for your mortgage, because it's taking more than 30% of your income. The average household in Baldwin Park makes $65,000 a year. If you want to buy a home now, at the very least, you need to make $100,000. We are a working class community that we are much, much closer to being there with them than we are being at the very top of the ladder. You know, and I hear your sentiments. I really do. And I don't want to make it seem like I don't. But after we come out of a pandemic, it's unfortunate that we've lost that sense of unity. Because when we all needed a vaccine, we were talking about unity. We all got a vaccine for free if you didn't have health insurance. You got testing for free. You got vouchers and other food. We just talked about how many hundreds of thousands of meals we passed out. We're all aware of how vulnerable we are. You know, those calls that I went to with the police chief, those people are lucky. You know, I saw it. 19-year-old, 20-year-old struggling with mental health. They're lucky that their parents understand the situation and are able to get the support. Because a lot of the people that are on the street, they probably went through the same thing, but their parents didn't care enough to help. There's two routes to all of this, right? This is a social issue. This is a health crisis. What do we do? You know, I didn't hear any alternatives. We talk about moving these people out of the city. We cannot do that. We get sued. Chief, can you get the police officer to pick somebody up and take them to city limits? No. You keep talking about not wanting to see them in the parks. You keep talking about not wanting them to see them in the streets. We can't make them disappear. Homeless individuals have rights. This is America. It's called the Supreme Court, and they've upheld that decision. Martin versus Boise. I encourage all of you to look it up because that's going to answer a lot of your questions. Why are the homeless there and why don't we? Because we can't enforce it because we have nowhere to take them. How do you enforce a law and tell them to keep it moving? When does it end? It never ends because there's nowhere to go. So this is the ultimate compromise for all of you. The people that care about the homeless and feel for them, this is your compromise because you're going to see them housed. The people over here who don't want to see the homeless, you're gonna benefit because now we're going to be able to house them and they're not going to be in your sight. But this idea that we can simply just kick them out, it's not there, it's not feasible, it's not viable, and it's just not going to happen. You know, this isn't this idea that we're trying to bring people in. We're not welcoming people in here. We're setting an example for the San Gabriel Valley of what they can do too, because these funds are available to everybody. This is and most importantly of all, this is a pilot program. It's a 1-year deal to try something out. We've tried not doing anything, crossing our arms, it didn't work. We have to do something. So, Rael, can you kind of talk about what the value is of all of this? How much does this project cost?
Yes, we are looking somewhere in the range of $400,000 for the development of the site and probably $700,000 for the operations of the site. So that is money that the Regional Housing Trust and Council of Governments are contributing to this pilot program. I think when we look at this and we think about how much that costs per person, it's not something you're for operations dividing by 25, because when you are cycling multiple people through each unit each year, it really reduces the operational cost per person. And that's why we had that slide earlier that really showed the different costs of different types of housing, the money you're paying for operations here is really to provide that life stabilizing wraparound services aspect where you're providing case management, where you're providing help for mental health issues and substance abuse. And you're making sure that individuals who are experiencing homelessness have their needs met so that they can end their experience with homelessness.
Thank you. And it's a one-year funded. The city is not paying, no fiscal impact to the city.
No.
Whatsoever. Great. And so, I don't know, Manny, do you know, or I don't know if Rose knows, how much has the city of Baldwin Park paid into Measure H?
Mr. Mayor, no, I do not have that information.
You know, Measure H is another thing that we're all paying for, 0.25% of the sales tax, and you're not seeing any of it. So this is an effort to bring your tax dollars back and make them work for you.
Mayor, I have some questions.
Yes, go ahead.
Okay. So I do have, I'd like to know, I know that there were a lot of speakers that came from the region and they're looking to Baldwin Park for this flagship project. So I'd like to know what other cities are actively considering a tiny homes project in the San Gabriel Valley.
We're working most closely with the city of Montebello. They're very close behind you in the same type of process. So we'll be starting their community meeting soon. Just developed their site plan and we'll be presenting their site plan to their city and their community for input similarly as was done here. I definitely plan to follow up with West Covina after this meeting and with any of the other San Gabriel Valley cities that would be interested in continuing. The Regional Housing Trust received 4 letters of interest when we put this program forward. And thankfully, as Senator Rubio's staff mentioned earlier, now that the trust has additional capital funds and could potentially expand this program, we will be doing additional outreach to do so.
Okay, who is the service provider at the site?
If this project is approved, we will be releasing the RFP for the service provider on Friday. There are several service providers that we have learned best practices from and that will be invited to apply. We are also happy to have city staff or council staff sit on the evaluation panel to make sure that the service provider selected for this site is responsive to the needs of this community.
And then what about the referral system? What does that look like?
Yeah, so that service provider, when selected, will help us to put together the operations and services plan. And there's a lot of really great best practices to learn from other sites, but it's really specific to the individuals experiencing homelessness in this community. So it's direct street outreach to interact with individuals that are already here and make sure that they are invited to come inside. I think to address a concern that was brought up earlier, there is the ability to do background checks and screenings to check for things like criminal offenses and sex offender registries. And those are things that would preclude someone from being part of the site if it was deemed that they were not a fit. That's a best practice from Riverside, which is the longest standing example of a tiny home shelter.
And I think there's an impression that all 25 units or all spaces would be made available to local homeless individuals in the city of Baldwin Park. Is that something that is guaranteed, or what is the assurance there?
The outreach is going to be to individuals experiencing homelessness here. There were 556 was the figure from the 2020 count. So I do not predict there being any shortage of individuals that are eligible to be housed in these units. And the street outreach will be directly to the people that are here. So there is no current plan to expand this to any other members of the county. That option would not be explored unless every option here was exhausted.
And I know we're working very closely with El Monte and South El Monte. Are they also looking at a tiny homes project in their city?
They have not indicated interest. We are working on initiatives with all of the cities in the San Gabriel Valley. I know that the city of South El Monte is working on a transitional shelter. I think the county staff here might be better equipped to answer some of those questions, but currently those cities are not working on a tiny homes project.
They're not considering it, exploring the possibility.
I think we would have to outreach to that staff specifically to see why they did not submit letters of intent, but the opportunity was presented to them.
And I was looking at the aesthetics of this site, and I do recognize the challenges with the site, the narrow, it's just very narrow and it's very limited width-wise. But I definitely was not impressed with the fencing, chain link fence. And I think like the color schemes. When I visited North Hollywood, I believe it was DG, decomposed granite. I'm curious to know why that may not have been considered just for aesthetics. I think it's a little bit nicer.
Sure. The North Hollywood site does have both asphalt and DG, and there are DG spaces that are designated in the site plan here.
Okay. So is that the pathway that I'm looking at here? That's DG, or what is?
It's those communal areas. So if we're looking at where the dining areas are, and there's a couple of other breaks in the pavement in the site plan.
And then as far as the units themselves, so the windows I'm curious about the windows. Isn't that like a privacy issue for any of the occupants?
I have seen curtains at other sites to make those opaque.
Okay. I guess for me, I'm listening to what some of our community members have expressed, and I also want to state that I am very much in favor of supporting initiatives that support our homeless and unsheltered population. Actually, we were just on a call this week with the county, and we were talking about Motel 6 that was converted into 71 units, I believe, for the homeless. And in the future, currently with wraparound services, and in the future, it'll be permanent housing. So we were just talking about that project, and maybe some of that, what Mark Robles, the speaker, mentioned about, some of the ripple effects, and if we are looking at it carefully, if it even is associated with the site, if it's existing activity as has been mentioned here, because I understand the logic of, well, if you have homeless people out in public, urinating and so forth, you would want to have them housed so that they have access to bathrooms. But I just don't know if we understand that project enough. I would love to see our local residents housed in that project, because I think that could mitigate, some of the homeless challenges in our city. And we're going to be working on that. But that's still very early for us to assess, some of the ripple effects as stated by the speaker, Mark Robles, who I went to school with. So I know his name well. And I also wonder if having this project so close to that project, if we're creating a concentration of, homeless and those quote unquote ripple effects that we don't really understand completely at this point. I did hear some residents express concerns about the proximity to schools and to daycares. So having the background checks would be critical if this does move forward, and making sure that every occupant here, does not have like the sex offender background. So that would be critical. But I just think that, first of all, the aesthetics, I'm not really sold on the aesthetics of this project. I like the mission that it serves. I like the purpose that it serves. I just wonder if now that the Motel 6 conversion, what we call home key, is online, and we're looking at some of those the side effects and trying to understand them a little bit more, if we're not kind of, creating a concentration for our little city, especially since the surrounding cities haven't really, it sounds like, let me ask the county, do the surrounding cities have home key?
The city of El Monte actually bought 2 hotels with their own money to be Project Home Key sites. So those are not county affiliated sites. Those are sites that they purchased and are going to be operating themselves. I'm not sure the room capacity there, but that El Monte has 2 home key projects that are their own that will be opening up.
Okay, that's good. Yeah, exactly. Well, those are my initial thoughts. I haven't made my decision one way or the other. Like I said, I understand the purpose, the mission that this serves. And I do want to work towards housing homeless individuals in our community. I mean, that's why we've supported initiatives like Shower of Hope. We want to work closely with the county on Home Key and make that a successful project. But I also hear the concerns of some of the community members, especially those that are in the neighborhood. So I definitely want to look at City Clerk, what was the document that was submitted to you for the signatures? Yeah, I'd like to take a look at that too as part of our consideration here. Oh. Okay. Yeah, so like I said, I haven't made my decision on this. I'm not thrilled about the aesthetics of this project. I don't like that chain link fence. And I don't think I'd want a chain link fence next to my home. I think, it would be nicer if it was incorporated better into the community. And, if we had a better sense for how this project is going to coexist with what we're seeing at Walmart, the parking lot, and then, Project Home Key. So those are just my initial thoughts that, I wanted to speak out loud, and leave the rest to the remaining council members. And if I have any additional questions, I'll ask.
Mayor? Yeah, can I just ask a question real quick? Sure. So, Brill, I know that we've worked very hard on making sure the aesthetics were pleasing, and I'll reference Redondo Beach, and I know the Redondo Beach location is just, I think, a parking lot and just straight homes there, no color, right?
No color, no landscaping.
So when we visited North Hollywood, we were very impressed at just how it looked. You wouldn't know what was there if you weren't inside of it, and the quality of the structures inside it was great. It was color, it was vivid. It got you excited. It got me excited. And so when we're talking about this, I was already taking into consideration the concerns that residents might have, right? And I know that I know at least I pushed for a very, very, highly decorated location, so that people could see that these shelters are not what comes to mind when you think of the homeless. It's not it's not a free for all. It's not a camp. It's really a secured place, with a mission statement. So I know that I believe we've agreed to put actual fence towards the back of the wash.
Yes, so in discussion with the Baldwin Park Police Department, when they came to the site, we learned about the need to reinforce the fence at the rear for protection against the wash. I also just just wanted to state for the record that the site currently does have chain link fence. It is in need of repair along the site that abuts the vacant lot. So this would be an opportunity to improve upon what is existing.
So would it be possible to put something else other than chain link fence?
It would not be possible to do that without increasing the budget. So we'd have to figure out if we wanted to do less color or just kind of figure out some options. If we want to improve the fencing, where that funding comes from.
Okay.
Mayor.
Yes, Councilmember Smith?
Yeah, thank you. You know, I keep hearing reference to Redondo Beach, and I think it would have been nice to visit that site. I went to the North Hollywood site for just to be able to feel what this community, and I liked it. But I think it would have been nice to see something that, I guess this is, you keep mentioning Redondo Beach, and so it seems like it's being modeled after Redondo Beach maybe, or there's some elements of it. And it would have been nice to be able to go to Redondo Beach had I known that. And it sounds like, Mayor, you were involved in, you know, providing input on the aesthetics of the site, but I don't think we as a council had it come back to us since the time that we submitted the letter of interest and spoke about it as at a high level. I think that it's been a few months since the project came back to us here now, and I probably would have made some other recommendations as far as the aesthetics and then incorporating, you know, this project into the neighborhood. And it would be nice. I don't know if you're open to holding off on the approval of this project and to be able to go and see it in person and to see, you know, what the Redondo Beach project looks like, since there's been a lot of reference to it.
Yeah, so you definitely, I'm not referencing Redondo Beach because you were at the right location when you went to North Hollywood. Redondo Beach, what I'm saying is it's an affluent area. They didn't put this much into the aesthetics of it. It's just a parking lot, and they just put homes, no color, it's just white. So, you know, that's what we didn't want, because we didn't want that to be, you know, a issue. So we heavily modeled it after North Hollywood, because that was aesthetically pleasing. It was inviting. It looked nice from the outside and from the inside, and it was quality made. As regard to input, I just showed up to the input meetings. I showed up to the tour of the North Hollywood location, and I showed up to the site viewing of the facility with the COG and staff, and that was it. I mean, nobody else showed up to that one, but that's just how my input was put in.
I was there. But I attended before you. I actually encouraged, you know, staff to go visit the North Hollywood site. But I think, you know, just having more of the input from the council, the entire council, I think would have been nice. But, and I know that there were different touch points, you know, especially with staff. I understand that there were different cubes that were being proposed too, and it's unfortunate that we're not able to see the options. And I'd like to understand why staff made the recommendation for these cubes over the others. There are just, you know, some of those nuances, and I don't really need to get into any of that, but I think for me overall, I'm not really pleased with the aesthetics of the site. And my other question is, as far as the 1-year pilot project, what happens when that is complete, and where do these occupants go at that point?
Sure. So if you don't mind, I just wanted to touch on the color issue. The asphalt paint has not been purchased yet. We can certainly have discussions about color and have some additional input from the council. And then in terms of the pilot period, when the service provider is selected and works on the intake plan, they will also simultaneously work on an exit plan to make sure that nobody that is accepted into the site then returns to the street. So if the program ends up sunsetting and the city decides not to continue it at the end of the period, everyone will be appropriately relocated.
Mayor? Thank you. First of all, I want to thank all the community members that came out and speak out regards to the tiny homes, whether you're against it or for it. I appreciate your comments and they are noted. I think a lot of questions were answered on the type of services that would be provided, but I'm sure if you have any more questions, we can go further into that. I just want to say this, Mayor. Homelessness is a problem, not only in Baldwin Park, but in the whole country. And yes, we may not be able to combat all of the homeless problems, but we have to try. I understand some homeless are there because they want to be homeless. They don't want rules. They don't want to do whatever other people tell them. But there's others that are not there by choice. I work for the school district, and I've told you many times, I have encountered many homeless families where parents have to leave their children with family members and the parents live on the street because there's not enough room for the parent at the family member's home. I've worked for the school district for 27 years, so I have met many, many homeless families. Prior to the pandemic, I did ride-alongs with our city police and did the homeless outreach. I went under the wash and I met people from all walks of life. Nurses, I'll mention a couple. I met a nurse that hurt her back, had a wonderful job in Long Beach. She got addicted to the painkillers because she could not stand the pain and she ended up homeless. That was somebody like my niece. I have a niece that's a nurse. I ran into an old friend that I went to high school with. His wife passed away. He was devastated. He could not deal with it. He lost his job. He was on the street. I asked him, does your family know? He was ashamed. He wasn't a drug addict. He was just ashamed that he could not put his life together after his wife was gone. Those are just two examples of the type of homeless that I saw. I went under the wash, and some of them told us they work a 9-to-5 job, but they don't have enough money to come up with a down payment for rent. They don't have enough money to keep up the rent. So they live under the bridge. One of these persons, they had a car, but they had nowhere to park their car. It got towed away. I've met these homeless, and granted, yes, there are drug addicts out there. Absolutely. But there's some drug addicts out there that they're addicts because they don't know any other way. They don't know where to go for help. They don't know who to turn to. Some of them want help, some of them don't. I agree. So why are we putting all the homeless in the same pocket? Why are we doing that? I heard people talk about, I have children and they're going to the bathroom in front of my children. Okay, these are homeless that are already in our community. We are trying to avoid that. So these homeless are not doing that in front of our children. Now you have to keep in mind, that homeless person is somebody's son. Like they said, I have children, I have kids. That's right. That homeless person is somebody's son, somebody's daughter. It could be your mother, your father. It could be me. We don't know, like the mayor said, we are a paycheck away. We don't know when we're going to be put in that situation. I hope to God that we're not. But who are we to look down on these people that have been put in such a situation? We are nobody. We are no better than they are. They are equal to us. Unfortunately, they are down on their luck. I have a cousin that was homeless, was in the LA missions, but because of a program like this, he got a job And now he has his own permanent apartment because he found the resources. Somebody like you showed him the resources and the wraparound service to get off his feet. So why can't we do that to the homeless in our community? The homeless that are going to the bathroom in front of our store, the homeless that are hanging out. Well, if we provide this type of services, we're not going to see these homeless on the street because they are going to have pride in their home. How many of you have pride that you live in a house, apartment, whatever it is? You have a roof over your head when it's so hot out there that's unbearable, when it's raining, when it's so cold that there's ice on the top of our cars. Do you think of those people that have nothing? Do you wonder where they sleep? Well, let me tell you, I work at a school site and so many times I open at 6:30 in the morning. I have a homeless person laying underneath in front of the door because he's sheltering himself from the ice. What do? I call my school police and I ask them to come and please ask them to move so we can open the site and clean up. Why are we not open to helping them? Aesthetics, we can fix that. If it's aesthetics that we don't like, let's fix it. There was community engagement meetings. I attended those meetings so I can see what was being asked. I had input. I want plants, I want trees, I would like to see this, I would like to see that. I went to see the site. When you look at it, it's ugly. It's a blight to the city. Why not provide service? We are providing services so somebody can have hope. Some of these people have lost all hope. And this is a start. They have the right to have shelter. They have a right to live a good life the way we do. We don't know what happened in their lives. We don't know if it's going to happen to us. So I am in favor of tiny homes, and I'm not ashamed to say it. I am very proud to say it. I am willing to help the homeless. If they're drug addicts, well, guess what? If they want help, I want to provide that service where they can get help for their addiction. If they have mental health problems, well, let's provide that service too. If they need job training, let's provide that service too. Like the mayor said, we're already paying Measure H taxes. Let's put it to good use. Let's help the people. Let's make Baldwin Park better. Let's decrease the homeless population. Yes, we don't know a lot about the Motel 6, and yes, we were in that meeting, but we're working together with the Office of Hilda Solis to find a solution and make sure it's working the way it needs to work for our city. The Office of Hilda Solis is more than open to continue helping us and monitoring that program. Is it perfect? Probably not. But what starts off perfect? When we start something off, we always have to tweak things, and we don't know what needs to be fixed until we start it. So the main point that I'm trying to make here is everyone deserves the right to shelter. They deserve our respect, whether they're a drug addict, mental health, it doesn't matter. That could be your brother, that could be your sister. Are you going to turn your backs on them? I'm not. I don't turn my backs on anybody. I want you all to think, and I understand the ones that are against it. Open your hearts. Let's look forward to helping somebody. Let's give them hope. And yes, there may be challenges, but I think together, if we have ideas, we can work them through. Thank you, Mayor.
Councilmember Damien, did you have a comment?
Thank you, Mayor. I know that this is a very controversial subject, and like Vice Mayor Avila said, I thank all of you for being here, those who are opposed to it and those who are in favor of it. And, you know, a lot of you brought up very valid points and very great points. Someone said that we need to take the emotion out of it and make the right decision.
based on the facts. You know, when you have to make a decision that's going to impact your community, sometimes you have to lead with empathy. And nowadays, unfortunately, empathy is no longer around. This is a situation that if we keep ignoring, it's not going to go away. This is a problem that we've had in our community for many years. It's not something that just started, and it's not something that it's going to go away if we ignore it. Yes, this is something that it's probably a risk to take, but it's a one-year pilot program, and it's going to be up to us up here to actually also oversee that project and make sure that this project is successful. You know, there's a lot of people that are just saying, well, these homeless are drug addicts, these homeless have mental health issues. Let's not paint every homeless person with the same brush. You know, there are people out there who are not on drugs or who don't have mental health issues. They just simply can't afford a home. We have children, you know, single mothers. And yes, some of them have fallen into drugs or mental health issues, but that's the reason why we have the supportive services, so that we make sure that we address any type of substance abuse. We address mental health issues. We provide them the resources and the tools that they need to succeed. Me personally, as a homeowner in Baldwin Park, I'm not worried about the home value dropping, because let me tell you something. Be afraid when you have homeless people camping out in your front yard and you have a for sale sign on your house and you have someone wanting to go look at your house. That's what's going to scare the buyer off. Not having a nice, decent place where you're placing a lot of the homeless people that are already existing in your community anyways. These are people that are already in our community. We have close to almost 600, probably more than that by now, because we don't even have the accurate count. So could you imagine if you have all these people that are just roaming the streets? Would you rather have them roaming the streets, or would you rather have them having a decent life and a place where they can call home, or even have a small locker where they can lock their belongings? To us, it may seem like it's trash, but to them, that's their treasure. You know, they carry these shopping carts because those are their personal belongings. Where do we want them to put them? So we complain because the homeless are on the street. We make big deals because they're out, you know, causing havoc. Okay, so let's work together as a community and let's put our forces to this pilot program. Let's make this pilot program work. Let's be the leader in the San Gabriel Valley so that other cities can start to follow. If other cities don't do it, we're not going to do it. We have to take risks. We can't just cross our arms and hope for the homeless problem to disappear. It's not going to happen. So for me, as Vice Mayor Avila said, I am in favor of supporting this project. And it's a project that I've been advocating to bring to the city for many years, when the tiny homes started years ago back in Detroit and other areas. I always said, if these people have solutions in other areas, why can't we bring these solutions to our city? And now we have the opportunity to do so without any cost to our general fund or our city, period. So why not bring those tax dollars back to our community and put them for good use? Thank you, Mayor. That's all I have.
Yeah, you know what I think is funny is, well, for one, Danny, I mean, you know about the housing market, right? For the record. Say it into the microphone.
I've been in real estate and mortgages for over 21 years, so I know about the real estate market.
Great, thank you. So, but I find it funny because I remember when we were first talking about Measure H in like 2016, when they were doing the community input meetings at the ARC, right here, I was there, you were there, and I remember you brought up tiny homes, and I was like, what is the guy talking about? But now that we see this thing, it's a quality. It's such a quality project. It's something that's just, if I could take all of you on a tour, I would, and I'm sure that if and when this project gets completed, everybody's going to be able to see it. You're going to see that this is not what you're thinking. We talk about, and many of you don't know, and people who do know me know that, before all this elected official stuff, I've always been involved in homelessness. So this is an issue that's important to me because I took endless hours out of my time to be out there all over the Los Angeles County. So I've seen it, and sometimes, it's a little bit scary, right? But being out there, I saw it. People do need help. We will not change anything if we don't try something. And as I said before, crossing our arms and not doing anything hasn't helped. Homelessness has doubled and doubled. It didn't increase. It doubled. And it doubled again. And that was year after year. The pandemic, we don't know. But, this is an important thing. And, one of the things I learned when I was out there and I was able to meet with the Los Angeles LGBT Center was, we look at homeless as drug addicts. Not every homeless got there because they were into drugs. Some got into drugs because they were homeless, because they become a tool of survival, because they need to stay up all night, right? In October, we're going to say that we stand here and we care about women and fighting domestic violence. Well, one of the main reasons women don't leave is because they don't have anywhere to go. And when they go, they end up homeless. And when they end up homeless, they're prone to physical, sexual, and emotional abuse. So homelessness is a women's issue. We talk about the veterans. We just celebrated Memorial Day, right? And then we celebrate Veterans Day, and we thank all of our veterans. But we don't thank the ones that are down on their luck. Some of these veterans come back with emotional needs. They have mental. They need help with their mental health. They come back. There's nobody to greet them. They're on their own. They're having trouble adjusting to society. Right? We talk about LGBT youth and being open-minded and being diverse in the way that we think and supporting everybody around us. Well, LGBT youth that get kicked out of their houses end up homeless. And they too are prone to mental, physical, and sexual abuse. So what do you do when you're in a concrete jungle and you don't have any tools of survival? You have to stay awake. You have to roam the streets. These talking points are so, they're easy to fall for, and I get it. And like I said, I empathize. I'm a parent. I live near it. But not taking a chance is not going to work. I can't wait on El Monte to do something for me to do it. I can't wait on West Covina for them to do something for me to do it. I can't wait on Montebello to finish their project, because I don't live in Montebello. I don't live in West Covina. I don't live in El Monte. I live here. And as the mayor and as a member of the city council, I need to take action now, right? I need to make my term, I need to use it for good use. And as I said, we've all been wanting to do something about the homeless, whether you care about them or whether you just don't want to see them or whatever reason it is. We all agree. We don't want them on the streets. So, if it's aesthetics, I don't see why we would have to hold off on this. This doesn't start getting built till September. So I think in between that time, there's time to change up the aesthetics. But other than that,
Mr. Mayor, if I may.
Yes, Councilmember Hernandez.
Thank you. I appreciate all the comments from my colleagues here today. So bear with me. I do have several questions that I'd like to get answered this evening for myself and also for the residents. Thank you. Thank you for standing up all this time. If you need a break, by all means, do so. First and foremost, just for our clarity, are these for individual or for couples?
The intent is for individuals. However, couples could potentially be served since they're part of the same household, and that's the best practice that we have seen.
Perfect. And so again, so if we encounter, as Mayor Pro Tem is a family, someone with a family with children, would they be identified for this facility, or would we be able to relocate them to a more proper location where the children, the family unit can be stuck together?
Yes. So this site would be for individuals that are 18 plus, and families have alternative options that would be a better fit.
Perfect. I'll get into the aesthetics in a second myself, but is one of the best practices also to establish a curfew?
There are differing approaches on that. So there are sites that have a curfew. What is eminently important is making sure that you have security at the front of the site that's going to make sure that nothing is being brought onto the site that shouldn't be there. No illegal or illicit substances. No one on site that doesn't belong on site. You definitely can enforce a curfew, and that's something that if the city council feels strongly about, we can talk to the service provider about. Some of the alternative options say that preventing someone from entering and exiting the site is creating another barrier to getting someone off the street, and this project is intending to reduce those barriers. So I would prefer to leave that final decision to the service provider that will be working on a services plan for the site, but it is certainly an option.
Thank you. And in regards to the operations and site plan, I highly encourage, it's a mandatory, at least for me, for that plan to come back to the city council for our adoption, for our input, and also to provide the residents an input to that plan. Because again, I want to make sure everyone understands, how things will operate. If there are any gaps that we haven't necessarily identified on the front end, we have the ability to, to understand that and to close that. One of the things for me is, I want to make sure staff creates a dedicated hotline for our residents nearby. So if there is some sort of concern, should this project go forward, that it's staff from the city that is answering that phone and then providing that directly to the service provider. And I do that, and I ask that because I want accountability. So there's no service provider that just ignores any calls from or any type of things of that nature. So that's one of the reasons, we want to make sure that that is established. Manny, if you can put that on your to-do list, perhaps. And then the other thing is I understand the concern of folks in the school that's, probably less than a half a mile. It's about maybe 5-minute walk or so. Individuals that would be selected to reside in this location, they would go through a background check and
Yes, so that is a best practice, background checks to make sure there are no violent criminal offenses or any sexual cases that would preclude them from living at the site. I think it's also important to reiterate that there is staff on site to provide on-site case and crisis management to make sure that individuals living at the site have their needs met and are not outside of the site creating any problems, and that on-site staffing really exists to mitigate any potential issues.
Okay. And that's really important to me because, again, is to be able to identify who those individuals are. And, if there is somebody with that type of item in their background, that we have an alternative location that we can, provide services for them outside of that neighborhood to be, again, compliant with the law and to also provide some assurances to the local community in and around that. So thank you on that. In regards to folks that have vehicles, how does that normally play out? If there's a client or, homeless individual that has a vehicle, where would they be parking that?
This is not a safe parking site. So we did learn from residents that there are individuals that are experiencing homelessness and living in their cars. So it is something that city staff is looking into for safe parking programs. If someone were to be selected for the tiny home site that was dwelling in their car would be parked off-site in an area where they're currently allowed to park their site, and they would be receiving their services on-site to get them and their car into a more permanent situation.
No, I appreciate that. Because my concern, as you can imagine, would be to have, one of these clients be parking their cars in a residential area and so forth. We just want to make sure that they have a proper location, whether it's the overnight parking location that we're talking about, that the city's discussing, that there are alternative locations for them that are not at the site, unless there's sufficient parking, which I don't believe there is for that. So we can just, as we go through this process, we're marking these items down as items of concerns. So, should this project move forward, there are steps that we're taking into. And then in regards to like cameras, is there ever an opportunity to also provide cameras there for, say, the police department and so forth?
Yes, I think that was something that was really successful for Arcadia's shower program. They had cameras on site that were available for their police department to tap into and view.
Perfect. I'd certainly want to see that, at least at this site, under the plan. The other thing also is the shuttle service, right? I certainly want us to create a shuttle service that allows folks that are at this site to access our, transportation hub. That makes it easier and convenient for them to come to our downtown area and be able to provide whatever services that they have. So if we can do that, that runs, not only just Monday through Friday, but also 7 days a week. Again, we could be mindful of the hours, but that's something that I think is very important for anyone, right? Because, we don't want them to necessarily walk all that distance back to our central hub of our transportation piece. So thank you. When it comes to the aesthetics, the one thing I would certainly ask, the green privacy perimeter fencing, it is terrible. We cannot use that here. That is something that's completely see-through. So we need to make sure that, there is foliage that you could put on fence that looks like greenage that provides much more privacy, not only for the clients that are inside, but also for the residents. So we need to make sure that that is wrapped around the entire facility. When it comes to the front part, we need to make sure that we also provide a lot more foliage and so forth, besides just the wooden structure in the front with the lattice. That looks nice, but we got to make it look nicer because again, this is something that we're considering placing into our neighborhood. And so these are the exact same things that we would be asking of any other developer. So it's not something less or more of. So just, I want to make sure that that's something we can do as we move forward. Excuse me. The other item is regarding where you have the outdoor dining and the showers and the restrooms. I would highly recommend and also encourage, very strong encouragement, that we flip that to the other side of the facility. So that way it's closer to the freeway part because again, you have residents on the other side. And again, we want to make sure that this is visually pleasing for everyone that's going to live there. So if we can just, if we can look at what that looks like, the layout's great. It's just, move some of those other items on the other side and so forth. We've already heard about the iron fence in the back. That's something that, we just want to make sure that we are mindful of that. And then the biggest thing is we need to make sure also with the police department and other folks is we need to track the data, the type of calls that we're getting, the type of resources that are being requested. Because again, if this is something that's being asked more of the city than the 400,000, because there is associated costs to this, the 400,000 that's the cost for this, for building this. There is an associated cost of our staff and our police department that's going to be there that has not been included. So if there's something that's above and beyond the current items, I certainly want to make sure that we're tracking that, Chief, because then that's something that we can go back to the COG and ask for some of those additional funding. Because, our police department's already trying to do everything else. So to ask them to do additional more resources and to be mental health professionals, that's not what they're there to do. They'll go and respond. I prefer to have, additional mental health professionals on site that can provide those type of services. And the other thing too is the plan is for individuals to be there for approximately 90 days. Is that correct?
Yes.
Perfect. And within those 90 days, individuals that would be residing there, they would have some sort of personal plan that they would have to accomplish to be able to move forward and move out of this facility to more permanent housing. Is that correct?
Yes. Case management and housing navigator staff would work with individuals to develop a housing plan for them to help meet their unique needs and connect them to more permanent housing.
And what happens with an individual that just for whatever reason refuses to abide by their personal housing plan?
There are rules for the site that participants would have to abide by.
Perfect. So again, the folks that would reside there, these would be individuals that are intending to move into permanent housing. These are not individuals that are just being scooped up off the street and placed into this location without them personally, again, their ownership to be able to move forward for themselves and move themselves out of homelessness. Is that correct?
Correct. It's very intentional and deliberate.
Excellent. So if we look at, within a 12-month period as a pilot program, again, this is a pilot program, there is a possibility of, every 90 days, give or take, on average, you'll have 25 people or so rotate through this program. So within a 12-month period, we may ultimately have about 100 individual folks that have been transitioned into permanent housing. Is that would be generally?
That would
goal?
be the best metric of success for sure.
So under a year, we would be able to remove, in my belief, we only have close to 300 folks here. So we would be able to remove 1/3 of our homeless population and assist them and support them onto additional services. It's hard for me to vote against something like that when we're providing the services for those folks. As others have mentioned and spoken about, there are individuals that choose to live on the streets, and there's individuals that would certainly, seek that as support. And the folks, obviously, that we're looking to fill within this facility are individuals, adults over the age of 18 that are looking to improve their living situation. These are not individuals that would have such severe mental health illness that they wouldn't be able to successfully transition out from this facility. Would that be correct?
Correct. The ability to live independently and take care of yourself is a criteria for being a tiny home candidate.
Thank you. Like I said, this is, there's a lot of concerns, as you can imagine. That's why I'm asking, for all of us as a council that, we do bring back that operations plan for us to review, discuss, and add to it should we need to. So that way, we're able to move forward and mitigate any, true and, valid issues that come about or may come about from the community. What I would also request is, should we move forward on this, that we do, every 2 months or every quarter check-in process here at the staff level, council level. So folks, and again, everyone that's here right now, have an opportunity to listen in, to hear in, and of course, they have every other ways of contacting us any other times. This is something that's very personal to me. I have family members, I have an older brother, as I consider, that my parents rescued, from living underneath a car, well before I was born. So I understand, what the value is for someone to lend a hand to someone. This is an individual, brother who, was 13 years old, for, situations, not at his fault. He had to live underneath a car, and my parents rescued him. So I understand firsthand what it means to help and assist someone. So I'm willing to, try and move through this process. But again, I also want to make sure that we address all the concerns that the community has raised, and they're very valid. And that's why I, took the time today to, go back and forth and ask of these questions, because I will continue to ask for those questions and make sure that we're asking the right questions, but also getting the responses that we want, to ensure that this becomes perhaps, the staple program throughout this San Gabriel Valley. Thank you.
Great. Manny, do you have a picture of the park?
Is a picture of the park?
Of the bike trail?
Of the bike trail. I do not have an image of the bike trail, but it is going along Big Dalton Wash, and it connects from Walnut Creek Nature Park all the way through Hilda Al Solis Park.
Yeah. Okay. So, I think that's another point. I know that we worry about the wash, and it's it's kind of unmaintained. So the wash is becoming a bike trail with pocket parks. So we are hoping that that's going to bring our residents to use it. There's, that's a park poor area. So we're hoping that the residents in that area are going to take advantage of that green space, meaning that there will be more eyes in the wash. So the wash will be something that's not going to be what it is now. as to the police department, I think the reason the police department is supportive of this is because they're well aware that, they're not mental health professionals. And I heard it myself because I was there on those calls and they agree that there needs to be some sort of support for mental health and drug rehabilitation. And so, we talk about having our host team and we're talking about all these calls. Instead of having an officer go out there and not being able to do anything, now that host officer has a resource to take that individual and get him those resources that he needs. So that, and at least in my view, is helping our police department not spend so much time on recalls, meaning going back to the same location for the same person. So this is definitely not an effort to strain our police department. It's more of a joint effort. I made sure that I did make sure that our police department was involved. Officer Wenner, who is part of the host team, I made sure he toured the facility, and he's been involved. If you went to the tour sites, he was there, and so were a couple of other officers. So, that's one of the things that I made sure that our police officers were involved in this project, so that we can reassure the community that this isn't just a project we cooked up out of nowhere. We got buy-in from everybody. We made sure that there was support, and to better address your security concerns and any other questions that you may have. I've also, I have asked the city attorney to look into the possibility of a no loitering zone within a radius of that camp. So I know that area is already a hotspot. So, by all means, we're not looking to burden one area. I understand that you guys already have a homeless situation there. So we're not trying to make it worse, we're trying to better it. We're looking to put, at least one of the ideas that I propose is we're looking to set we're looking to set up the tiny homes there, but we would understand and we would look at mitigating that. So we would put a radius of a no loitering radius, which seems possible from what I've seen. And we would also look at how we can, there's people, the Walmart itself has always been a hotspot, because it's had that notorious, everybody knows that, at least in the past, you could show up to Walmart and you could camp out there. Nobody's going to tell you anything, right? So I know that there is certain cars out there that do sleep in there. So as they said, we are looking into an overnight parking. And then that way, our officers can go out there and say, hey, we understand that you don't have the resources and you need to sleep in your car, but there's a safer location for you. So we're looking at mitigating the problems that you're facing now. So we're keeping everything in mind. We're keeping everything, I'm keeping everything in mind and making sure that we can handle those things. So City Attorney, I know that you've kind of looked into it and you maybe just kind of comment on the possibility.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. There is some private property around that location, and we probably could not post on that, but we are probably able to post on property that's not private property in that area. We're looking in the back there in the wash to determine whether or not that's state or county property, and then we'd probably be able to post there. I believe that it's private property you're looking at the location that you see over there, the top part there. I believe that's private property, and so that would probably not be available to us, but otherwise we can.
Great. And then Chief, if the property owners are willing, we can get a no trespassing.
Yes, sir, we can amend our no trespassing.
And then can you kind of explain that for the public so they understand what that is?
As far as the trespassing?
The trespassing, they sign the form.
Correct. They sign a letter for us authorizing us to enforce no trespassing on their premises. So it could be private property, it could be a business or residence, but we'll amend our form.
Right. And that would be a tool to help, calm the fears of this idea that everybody would huddle there. We know we're putting something there. We're not trying to make it that, so we can enforce potential no loitering ban in a radius of the camp, and we can work with the private business owners. I know that some of those buildings are empty. We can work with them so that they give us, or they give the police department the permission to go in there and say, hey, you can't be here. Hopefully we can find some more resources and give them those resources so they're not in that area. So like I said, it's a complete compromise. That area already has some issues, but we can mitigate those. As far as the aesthetics, personally, I think it's great. We can change the aesthetics. I don't mind it. as long as we can provide those resources that we need for the community. That's the least of my worries. And we talked about overnight parking, no loitering. I don't know if I'm missing any more points, but if I do, if I remember, I'll bring them back up. So I don't know, Brill, if you have any. So one more thing, somebody mentioned that there was going to be no drug screening, and I believe that's not true. You have to get checked. There's no drugs allowed in the tiny homes.
No drugs allowed on site. Every time you enter the site, you would be patted down, and security would ensure that there was nothing on you that could not be brought into the site. I'm not sure if maybe this is where the misunderstanding came from, but you can't deny someone the ability to live somewhere based on their sobriety. So I think that might have maybe contributed to the misunderstanding, but there's definitely no ability to bring drugs or any other illegal substances onto the site.
Thank you. So I think that it seems that we are able to meet a really good compromise where we can provide the resources we need at a very extremely fast pace, faster than any other project that we could possibly think of. We found ways to make sure that the residents can feel safe because we can do a background check. We can, we can add extra protection to the property, which I'm all for. We can find the funds, and we're looking at the no loitering. We're looking at helping relocate the people sleeping in their cars and working with private business owners and private property owners so that nobody's loitering anywhere near the vicinity. So, I think well, first, I'm glad that this wasn't as heated as it could have been. But, it seems that we can meet everybody's needs and everybody's concerns. So, it seems at this point.
Mayor, may I interject? Just a point of clarification. In regards to the fiscal impact, staff did indicate that there would be no general fund contribution to the project, although Public Works was and is planning to pave with asphalt the area. So our director indicated to me, Mr. Sam Gutierrez, that there is an approximate $100,000 fee of restricted funds or cost that the city is going to contribute towards the project. And in terms of full transparency, we just want to make sure we articulate that point clearly. In addition, the San Gabriel Regional Housing Trust indicated that they would like one modification to the agreement. Our city attorney has that, and he could articulate that as well. Robert?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Carrillo. So we got a email from the lawyer for the trust about 4:05 p.m. today. I happened to be in a meeting with another citizen up in the second floor, so I didn't actually see it till I got to the meeting. But what they would like to change is the following language. This is the only language that would be different from the contract that you have seen and that's in your packet. They want to add the language that would say, subject to the prior approval and discretion of SGVCOG, reimburse city for its actual out-of-pocket cost of site preparation. So what they're asking is that they are going to reimburse the city for out-of-pocket costs, so it's not going to be coming out of the general fund. That is still accurate. They're just asking that the city get prior approval for that before starting that kind of project and engaging in that kind of reimbursement procedure. So still, nothing's going to come out of the general fund. We're still going to get reimbursed. They're just asking us to get prior approval to do that. And that would be, if you do pass the agreement tonight, I would ask that you would pass it subject to that amendment, which is Roman numeral 2 under responsibilities of the parties, A, 2A, which is SGVRHT's responsibilities, and that would be number 4. So Roman numeral 2, A4. Which would be added, which says subject to the prior approval and discretion of SGVCOG, reimburse city for its actual out-of-pocket costs of site preparation. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Great, thank you. And then just to kind of further clarify on that, we're talking about the asphalt on the floor, repaving the property, correct?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, according to Public Works, they were going to asphalt that parking lot with or without this project.
Right,
Thank
so
you.
that's just what I wanted to kind of let the community know that that money isn't because of the tiny homes. It's that property was going to get a new layer regardless.
Yes, probably our Public Works Director could probably expand on that a little bit more, but he is going to utilize it as an additional off-site Public Works yard.
Yes, that is correct. We currently use the site as a green waste transfer site where we transfer materials. It's long been desired by our staff to have that paved. It's currently unpaved. There are 2 concrete pads existing now that facilitate some of this transfer work, but we've always had an idea and wanting to pave the site so that it makes the work easier. We just haven't prioritized it, and we can easily do that with the CIP and add it to the CIP and make it a project so that we can pave the site.
Great. And then one question that we haven't addressed is when this program ends, what happens to all the assets?
The assets will belong to the city of Baldwin Park. So you'd be able to disassemble the tiny homes and store them offsite for later use. You would be able to take them as they are and move them to another site if you desired to move them somewhere else. And if the city did not want to use them, I think we could help facilitate using them in another San Gabriel Valley city. But the restroom facilities and the tiny home units would belong to the city.
Great. Yeah, hold on. I don't know if I think I asked it earlier, but I don't know if I got the answer. Like, what is the value of all this? What's the cost?
Sure. Each tiny home unit is about $8,000. The restroom trailers are probably about $75,000 each. There's also the cost to connecting to utilities. So that's really where that $400,000 figure is the capital figure that includes those tiny home units, the case management building, the security building, and the restroom facilities.
So this is practically a $500,000 project that the city can take on and not have to impact the general fund. I lost my train of thought, sorry.
Mayor, if I may?
Yes, Councilmember Hernandez.
Thank you. Before we move forward, I just want to make sure that staff could provide us the notes back or the items that were discussed amongst all the council members. So we're essentially a tracking document. So as we move forward, we understand that none of the items that we discussed today are being left off the table. Whether it's the aesthetics, whether it's the cameras, the shuttles, or whatever it is, whatever the case might be. I just literally would, not for myself, but also for everyone, is to have a document that's public document so we can continue to track all those things that we're making the request of for this site.
Mayor.
Yes, Councilmember Garcia.
Thank you. Yeah, I agree with Councilmember Hernandez. I think that some of these considerations are important, and I kind of felt like there were some gaps, and slowly, those gaps are being filled with the input of everybody here on the council for a better project. I don't think my concerns about concentration of, this facility plus the Project Home Key and then the Walmart issues that you mentioned, Mayor. I don't think that we've been really able to address that. So I don't have a comfort level in supporting this project at this point in time. But I would encourage that all the input, for the best project possible, that it all be considered and taken into consideration very seriously. And like one of my colleagues mentioned, to have more opportunity to refine this project as it moves forward too. So maybe having I'm sorry, I'm tired too, but I think somebody mentioned before the next phase of this project, coming back to the council and fine tuning it further. Maybe things that we're not thinking of this evening will surface and we'd like to provide further input. But again, I think, two things for me. So again, the concentration in this area, and I'm not looking at other cities to see what they're doing, and then we can follow. I think we've shown the leadership by supporting Project Home Key and working with the county and the state, and willing to be close collaborative partners on that. 71 units is a nice size project, and we're also looking at purchasing additional city sites, whether that's land or facilities. And I would encourage all of us to look at what El Monte is doing as far as purchasing a property that can then house, probably very similar to Project Home Key, because then we're not changing the neighborhood. If we look at like an existing motel or something, if we can add something like that to the list of properties that we're considering earlier, so that we're not changing the neighborhood exactly, and maybe we're spreading out this kind of housing, so that it's not just concentrated in the gateway of our city. But I really would love to see other cities, like we heard from some folks from Azusa, from Covina, from West Covina. I would love for each one of us, each city, to take on more projects like Baldwin Park and El Monte are doing, with Project Home Key. Now with this project, because we've seen it in downtown LA where there was a concentration of service in one area, and that's not serving anybody at this point in time. I think we would all agree to that. So it would be nice for cities to kind of take on their share of, of solutions for addressing the homeless population in this region. And then also, the proximity to the school. Just because, again, we still don't know the full impacts of Project Home Key, and we're going to be working really closely to make that the most successful project possible. But without really knowing the day impacts, and like the mayor said, any loitering or things like that. Another possibility is and I remember speaking with Manny Carrillo about this, how can we attach a work source type of program to this too, so that it might mitigate some of that daily activity, the question of what do they do during the day? Because I can't imagine that they just, the occupants just want to stay here 24/7. We all want to get out and be free in our lives. So I think that the input here has been good, and it's helped to fill some gaps and encourage that, more as we move forward. But a couple of big items for me are not addressed. So I don't have a comfort level. I don't have the comfort level to support this at this point in time. But, the input, I hope, as Councilmember Hernandez has said, will be taken as an inventory and really bolster this project, make it better.
Mayor, if I may.
Councilmember Damian.
Brielle, you can go ahead and have a seat. Thank you for staying there so long. She's been there forever. I think you've answered enough of our questions. Mayor, I'd like to make a motion, if there's no more council discussion. Make a motion that we pass item 17, seeking city council direction for agreement between the city of Baldwin Park and the San Gabriel Valley Regional Housing Trust, with the amendment as mentioned by City Attorney Robert Tafoya, Roman numeral 2A4.
Second.
Can I get a clarification before we just take a vote on that? Councilmember Damian?
Yeah, my motion was to pass item 17 as is with the amendment, City Attorney Robert Tafoya added with Roman numeral 2A4 on the agreement.
Perfect. And that also includes all the feedback that we provided.
Yes.
To
Yeah, well, definitely. I mean,
all-
yeah, we'd have to oversee the project ourselves as well, make sure that.
Can you amend your motion just a little bit? So we can pass item 17 and simultaneously direct city attorney to look into the no loitering zones, direct chief of police and police staff to work with private property owners to get those no trespassing zones so that we can further that.
Recommendations.
All the recommendations.
Okay, so I amend my motion. My motion is to pass item 17 with the amendment of the contract, Roman number 2A4, and all recommendations regarding the chief of police and the private property, and then the city attorney looking into the no loitering.
Second. Is there any objections?
Yes.
City clerk, roll call, please.
And I'm sorry, I have Mayor Pro Tem Avila seconding, but did somebody else second the second motion?
Changes, well, Councilmember Damon changed his motion.
Okay. Councilmember Damian,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Avila,
Yes.
Councilmember Hernandez,
Yes.
Councilmember Garcia,
No.
Mayor Estrada.
Yes. So at this point, item 17 moves forward with the direction to also look at lowering zoning. Thank you, everybody, for being here. I know it's been a long night. Did Braille leave?
They have an agenda to go. I don't know. Charlie.
Longest ever?
You know what? I don't, but you can actually Google the Skid
We're
Row.
at midnight.
I'm a case manager. I've been
Okay.
Volunteers of America. And I lived here tomorrow. So I came back to Germany just to be part of this program. I really like this. Skid Row Housing Trust. If you Google Skid Row Housing Trust, you'll find us. I'm the only Charles Navarro in the agency.
Hey, guys, meeting's not over. If you guys are ready to take off, you guys definitely can, but the session is still open, so please keep down. Thank you. So at this moment, we move on to consent calendar. Is there any items council is looking to pull?
May I make a suggestion? If there is an item that needs to be pulled, could we push that over to the next council meeting? Unless it's something of in-depth conversation.
I think, let me, if I can just, yeah,
Of course,
if
of
I could
course.
just get clarification, yeah, I would want to move everything over as well. If I could just get clarification from, who's handling this? Ben, on the ENAs for Rome, I know their extension expires on the 17th. So what would happen? Can we move this over to the next meeting, or would we have to address this tonight?
It would expire before the next meeting if we don't
So
address
we
it.
can address it, okay. So, Mayor, if I can briefly pull item 7 and 8, since we need to address these tonight, and they can't wait for the next meeting.
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, so item number 7 is the consideration of an amendment to extend an exclusive negotiating agreement, ENA, with Rome Development Corporation for a proposed project in downtown Baldwin Park, site located behind King Taco. Staff recommends not to approve the ENA. I will make a motion to go with staff recommendation not to approve the ENA on item 7.
Second.
Are there any objections?
Yes.
City clerk, roll call, please.
Yes, thank you. Councilmember Damian,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Avila,
Yes.
Councilmember Garcia,
No.
Councilmember Hernandez,
No.
Mayor Estrada.
Yes. Councilmember Damien, your motion passes. Next item.
And then the next item is item number 8, consideration of an amendment to extend an exclusive negotiating agreement with Rome Development Corporation for proposed project in downtown Baldwin Park Urban X site. Staff recommends that we give them a 60-day extension only because they've delayed the project for over 2 years. And just to kind of just say, hey, are you going to go along with this project or not? At this point in time, I will make a motion and not to extend the ENA.
Second.
Any objections?
Yes.
City clerk, roll call, please.
Councilmember Damian,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Avila,
Yes.
Councilmember Hernandez,
No.
Councilmember Garcia,
No.
Mayor Estrada.
Yes. So Councilmember Damian, your motion passes. And I believe at this point, is there any other items we're looking to pull? I would say that maybe we need to,
Move the rest of the items.
we're moving the rest of the items over. Great. So I will make a motion to pass, not pass, to move over items 1 through 13, excluding 7 and 8, because those are already voted on. Can I get a second? Move them over. So we're moving them over. Consent. You want to vote on consent?
Yeah, consent calendar. you can.
Okay. I would say at the very least, we need to move 13 over. So I'll make a motion to move item number 13 to the next city council meeting. Can I get a second?
Second.
Any objections? No, so item 13 gets moved over. Is there any other items council might find that they need to be moved over? If not, I will make a motion.
I'm sorry, Mayor, just for the record. So you're approving the consent calendar 1 through 12. You took items 7 and 8 separately, and you're excluding number 13, which will be rolled over to the next meeting. Is that correct?
So we haven't made that motion, but yes, so 7 and 8, we've already voted on.
Correct.
Item 13, I just made a motion to move it over to the next city council meeting. I
Okay.
believe somebody seconded it, and then there was no objections. So that item is fine. And now we will move to pass consent calendar items 1 through 12, excluding 7 and 8. And can I get a second?
Second.
Any objections? No? So consent calendar is passed. So for the public hearing, I would make a motion to move the public hearing and have the public hearing on the next city council meeting, which would be July 22nd. Can I get a second?
I'll second.
Any objections? Okay.
I think it would be good for us to take up item 15.
I think so too. So I'll make a motion for item 16. I'd make a motion to move it over for the next city council meeting. I think there needs more discussion on that one. So can I get a second? The agreement for communication and social media services. Okay. So I'll make a motion to move item number 16 to the next city council meeting. Can I get a second?
Second.
Any objections? No? Okay, and then that gives us item number 15. So I've been looking into this. I think it's critical, it's important. I think I did go through the list of RFQs and I read through them. And I personally, I think, what I was looking for was a very cannabis focused attorney. We didn't get any RFQs from them. It seemed that we got more from, general public law. But the attorney that stood out to me the most with the most hands-on experience was Julio Silva. So I'd like to make a motion to approve her as our as-needed cannabis legal services.
Mr. Mayor, can we also add maybe one other or two other law firms on this one, just to have a bench, perhaps?
Well, we can keep it open. We can try out one and then see how that goes, and then we can add another one.
So for right now, we're going to approve all of them, and then we'll
No.
individually we'll.
So we can approve. So I'd like to just approve Julio Silva. We can keep it open like we did with the RFQ or RFP for on-call services, where if people where we can bring it back and add another one if need
Yeah,
be.
Julia, I read up on her.
But okay, my thing would also to be add Alvarez, Meduis, and Limex also on there, please.
Okay, is that a motion?
That is, I guess that would be
that'd be my sub-motion, huh? Okay.
Substitute motion, I guess. Or unless you just want to alter your motion and just add them and call it a day.
You can make the motion.
All right. I'd like to add also Alvarez, Maderas, and Lemex, and then the other one was Margolis. Margot? Mr. Mayor, which one was it?
And Julio Silva.
Jovia Silva.
Is there a second?
Silva Law Corp.
Who are you adding?
Yes, and Silva Law Corp to our bench of cannabis legal services. Thank you.
Is there a second?
A second.
Is there any objections?
I'll object.
Are you objecting?
I'll object.
Okay, City Council, roll call, please.
Councilmember Hernandez,
Yes.
Councilmember Garcia,
Yes.
Councilmember Damian,
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Avila.
I would like to ratify that list and
No.
What's your vote?
Motion.
no.
That was a no, right?
Yeah.
Okay, Mayor Estrada.
Oh,
Mayor Estrada?
great, thank you.
Your
So is it 3 no's, 2 yes?
Yes.
Okay, so I personally think we just need to start off with 1, see how it works. I'd make the motion to just pass Julio Silva.
Well, there's a motion right now, so.
Oh, I said no.
Yeah, you said no.
So there was a 3-2.
Yeah, so 3-2, so motion failed. So I'd go back to my original motion. Can I get a second?
Second.
Any objections? No? Okay, so that passes, and like I said, we have these, so if we decide that we need more attorneys, we can add them later down the line. Is that correct, City Attorney?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, the RFP or RFQ is closed, so that can't stay open technically. But what we did last time is we said that anybody can continue to apply and that, they'll be considered as they come in. So we don't need to do, we don't need to do any new formal process like an RFQ or an RFP because that has a certain time that it's open, a certain time that it's closed. So it's closed but anybody can still apply.
Great, and I know we want to go home, but it seems that the commission is kind of important for us to move forward with projects.
Yes.
Yes.
So if nobody objects, we can.
Can we do the planning commission, because that's the most time sensitive one at this point, please?
Sure, so let's, so we can do planning commission and we can move the other ones for the next city council meeting.
Perfect.
Mayor,
Yes, I can't even speak. Yes, Mayor Pro Tem.
I like to, planning. I would like to add to the planning commission, consider Mr. Mario Maciel, Ricardo Vasquez.
Oh, you want to do one by one so we vote on them?
Oh, sure.
Okay, so your first one was what?
Mario Maciel.
Okay, is there a second?
Second.
Any objections? No, so that one's
I'm
okay.
sorry, for point of clarification, are you assigning these to any particular office or are you filling the vacancy?
Planning commission,
Yes,
Correct,
but
but
that's,
filling the vacancy.
They all expire.
So they're all expired, so if anybody wanted to be on the, I think they're supposed to reapply.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor? if I may.
Yes, Councilmember Hernandez?
Perfect. Just so clarification, 2 things. One, Mr. Mario Maciel is back on the planning commission. That's one.
Nobody objected.
Okay, I just want to make sure.
Yeah,
Perfect. I also like to make a motion to have Mr. Christopher Rio on there again. Rio.
Okay, is there a second?
Christopher?
Is there a second?
A second. I mean, he's already serving, so.
Okay, any objections?
Just want consistency, at least for one term.
Objection, I like to try new people.
Okay, roll call?
Yes, Councilmember Hernandez,
Yes.
Councilmember Garcia,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Avila, Councilmember Damian,
No.
and Mayor Estrada.
No.
Perfect. Mr. Mayor, can I also make another recommendation, please?
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you. Mr. Samuel Zhang?
Is there a second?
A second.
Any objections?
Objection.
Roll call?
Councilmember Hernandez,
Yes.
Councilmember Garcia,
Yes.
Councilmember Damian,
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Avila,
No.
and Mayor Estrada.
No.
Mayor, I wanted to add Ricardo Vasquez.
Is there a second?
Second.
Is there any objections? No? Okay. I'd like to add a Jen Escobar.
Second.
Is there any objections? No objections? Okay, so that item's okay.
Mayor, I'd like to add Joanna Valenzuela.
Okay, is there a second? Any objections? Yeah. So we're at 4.
One more.
So I'll make I'll nominate Eric Pena.
Second.
Second. Any objections? That's fine. Okay, going with the planning commission. I mean, we're already here, you guys.
Let's go recreation. Can I nominate
Where are we going now?
for
Can we just start off at
recreation?
housing?
Housing? Okay, so
Mr. Mayor, if I could recommend somebody then?
Yes, go ahead. Housing, right?
Yes, housing.
Yes.
Laura Franklin?
I'll second. Any objections? No? I'd like to nominate Samuel Zhang. Can I get a second?
Second.
Great, thank you. Any objections? No? Okay.
I'd like to nominate Lorraine Martinez.
Lorraine?
Lorraine? She's not on the list, I'm sorry.
He's not on the housing
I
list.
think you're looking at the wrong one.
Or is she not?
Some of these people.
Oh, Luis Adrian Arce.
Second.
I'd like to nominate.
Sasha.
Sorry.
I like
Oh,
I can't
Sasha.
even understand my own writing. Sasha. Sorry, Sasha.
Okay, Sasha, is there a second?
Second.
Any objections? And I believe we're at 4.
Yeah, so we'd have one vacancy, so we can still people to apply for that.
There are actually 7 vacancies. You filled 4 of the 7.
Oh, wow. So we could just pass
Let's
all
just
of them.
add the last two. Let's just add the last two there.
I'd like to add Maria Davalos.
Okay, so we can just add Estela Herrera and Maria Davalos.
Right, that's a
And
7.
there's still 2 vacancies left. Or 1, sorry.
I'm sorry, for the housing, however, the other 2 positions
landlords.
are, there have to be members. Yeah, there's very technical criteria.
Oh, okay.
And so you would only be filling 1 through 5. They didn't meet the criteria for 7 and, for 6 and 7, sorry.
Okay, that's fine. I don't know if anybody wants to make a motion.
So we have 1, 2, 3, 4. We have 4. We need one more.
Yeah.
Stella Herrera, yeah, I'll second that.
Okay, any objections? No? And I believe we move on to personnel. Okay, is there a second?
Second.
Any objections? No? We're talking about personnel? Oh, we're personnel.
Personnel.
Yeah, personnel.
Okay,
I would just nominate the last 4 that are on here.
yeah, that's what I was gonna say. There's only 5. Okay, any
We have
objections?
one vacant.
Oh, nominate, any seconds?
Sorry, one person was already nominated for housing, Estela Herrera.
Oh, that's right.
Oh, that's right.
Okay, so we can,
The last 4 you said are Jimmy. Jimmy, Maria.
No, Maria was.
Maria Davalos is
yeah.
our person.
so all 4 can pass. Stella's already on another commission, correct? Great, so any objection, did you make, I think you nominated, is there any, second? Any objections? No? We're good there. Planning is already done. Recreation, I would like to nominate Amy Nguyen Villanueva. Can I get a second?
Second.
Any objections?
I'd like to nominate Roman Rodriguez.
Okay, is there a second? Any objections?
I'd like to nominate
Okay,
Second.
is there any objections? No?
I'd like to nominate Lorraine Martinez.
Yeah, I'll second. Any objections?
No.
She's already on the personnel.
Oh, we put her on the personnel?
Yeah.
I'm glad you guys are keeping
Yes.
track.
Nominate Roman Rodriguez.
Here's our, I think,
You,
Hey, you gotta
Mario-
like make this
Mario
live
Ismael.
document. This is like heard.
right?
What about Mario Ismael?
Okay.
That's
Arias
fine.
Med Flores, yeah. I'll second.
Okay, any objections? So we just need one more.
One more.
But I think all these people are already on.
They're already on the other ones, yeah.
Yeah, they
Okay,
are.
so we can stop at 4, right?
So we need to re-advertise?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, so we are all set with our commissions. Very excited to fill all the commissions. It's been a while. And I believe at this point, we don't have any more items, right? Great, so at this point, oh, so we haven't closed closed session. You want to adjourn it? Oh, you sure? Okay. Okay, so at this point, we're all done. Thank you, everybody, for hanging on tight. I'd like to make a motion to adjourn the meeting. Can I get a second?
Second.
Oh, sorry. Sorry about that. I go back. I'm going to make a motion to close our closed session from our special meeting. And then city attorney, is there any, well, can I get a second?
Second.
Any objections? No? City attorney, can you report out?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The city council reviewed several things in closed session. No final action was taken, and so therefore no reportable action. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Great. And that concludes our meeting. So at this moment, I will make a motion to adjourn our meeting. Can I get a second? Any objections?
Good night, everyone, and thank you for staying with us.
Record, Manny? Manny, record? Manny says record. Good night, sir. Good night. Good night. Good night. You said record, Manny? By an hour. You and me look at me.